market. They started buying half the bond market, accumulating it up to here, and they stopped buying it around here, 2021, 2022, exactly when that was, I don't remember. But anyway, as they're increasing their bond holdings, you can see what is happening to the yield. Around here, the yield bottom. This is 2016 or something, 2017 maybe. So from here, so from about this point over here in 2016, 2017, one of those years, you can see the yield starts to rise as the accumulation of bonds rises faster and faster and faster. So all of this over here, this entire accumulation of bonds from 2016 to now is all underwater because the yield when they were accumulating this stuff was down here at 0 point something, whatever it was, maybe 0.5%. Now it's at 1.8%. So the price of bonds has about maybe been cut by 2/3, right? As the yield has tripled. So yeah, the Bank of Japan is in serious negative equity here. The Bank of Japan is bleeding losses, and a losing central bank eventually destroys the purchasing power of the currency, which is why the yen is going down. Now, one chart here could be a saving grace for the Japanese asset collectors, right? The Japanese stocks is the Nikkei 225, also from Trading Economics. You can see here, here's the high in 1990, the all-time high that was until then. We're way above that now. Look at that. Oh, that's amazing. The Japanese stockholders are doing pretty well, aren't they? Well, let's go to this next chart. We'll see it's not quite true. Why is that? Because this is Japanese stocks from that 1990 high over here. There was that high that was about 90 ounces of gold to buy the Nikkei. Now, where are we? We're at 11.88. That means that Japanese stocks, as measured by the Nikkei 225, are down 90% versus money since 1990. That's a lot of 90s. A high of 90, down 90% since 1990. Is that like a code? Is it like a numerology thing? It could be. If you're a numerologist, put a comment in the description. Don't put a comment. You can't.
Enough of that. Good morning, everybody. Barely Social Gator, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by your predictions. You're just day trading. This is not a day trading stock, but all stocks come into a period of time where you can day trade them. So you're not helping anyone here. But anyway, let's quickly look at a chart. Let's look at a chart. It's not, I mean, it's not pretty, of course. The other day, this is Railtown for the last 10 months. The other day, the stock broke down here under the 200-day moving average. And I remember saying to everybody, and it's not about me being right or anything, it's just what the charts tell you. Look, all the computers, the algorithms, they all trade with these bits of information. The 200-day, the 20-day, the 15-day, all of it. And I think this blue support plus the 200-day was broken. And I remember, you see that first red breakdown? I remember saying to you, it could go lower. Obviously, that's always true of any stock. But also put orders in under the market if you wanted to take advantage of a spike. The green line, I had a hard time drawing that line with this magic pencil, but I saw, and I think I said it to you. I know I saw it and maybe thought to myself, I better not say it because there's 15 million shares listing, but I think I said it to you. You could put orders in at 32.5. That's an obvious target. Damn it. It hit it. It hit it today. And frankly, there's another target down here at probably, I can't quite read that, 27.5, probably a little higher than where I drew the red line. If it really wants to give up everything as if Railtown is a complete disaster and it's another GTII or I don't know, another G bucks or something, and it's all, everything we've been told, everything in the news is all made up. You know, you could see a give up and the stock just collapses. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I didn't think this would necessarily break down like this today. Sorry, that would have been yesterday and then today. But it was there. Once you break down, the computers lose their moorings. The computers don't have a trading range anymore that they can ping pong back and forth with. And then geniuses like this Gator guy goes, oh, it's going down, it's going down. Well, I mean, an idiot, literally a 5-year-old child could see this pattern. So he's there. It doesn't impress me. Now they're going to, the day trading and maybe the swing trading shorts are going to press their bets. They're playing with house money. They're playing with other people's money. They can walk away from bad trades, and they will just keep pressing it. Let's just focus on the technicals right here. So to a day trader, there's no reason that 34 is the stop. I would say 32 and a half is it'll go to 32 and a half. It'll probably close there today. And it could go, I don't think there's anything magical about 30 cents. I think this red line might be a little low. You have to go a little bit higher than where I drew it. But so I'll say 28 cents. The stock could go to 28 cents. And that's just the situation we're in. I think if it does it, it'll be a spike. And it could set up the, the cataclysmic capitulation stage, and you could see the stock snap back up quickly. This is not a permanent situation. It's a short-term opportunity for some people to make 5, 10, 100 grand, and then they can come on and brag, and good for them. That's day trading. That's how it goes. Should we have traded it? I guess back here in the middle of the chart, we should have sold everything and bought back here at 3/4 of the chart, let it rally up, sold everything there, and then be buying back down here. But that's looking in the rearview mirror. I don't see in that, if you look where the blue line is, I don't see anything indicating in that chart pattern that it was going to break down. It was holding at the 200-day, and on another chart I showed you the what do you want to call it, the triangle, and then on another chart I show you parallel lines. There was no indication that it was going to break down. Well, it did. So that's new information, and I really think. My memory, as I said to you, and this is not about me. This is just to tell you that these guys that come on here and they're suddenly geniuses gloating, they're just looking at these charts. And I'm very simplistic on my charts. But I think I said you could put orders in at 37.5, 35, even 32.5 under the market to buy, and they might go up. But anyway, we are where we are. The question is, do you sell now, walk away from the trade, buy Christmas presents? Well, if you've had enough fun, that's one way to do it. I think you'll regret that. But I guess the final thing I'll say on this chart, and I should have done a long-term chart. I think I have one. But the final thing I'll say here, this is broken down. So any news that comes out next week is not going to make the stock go up. I would even go further. If news had come out this week, that we wouldn't have avoided this. This is partly the NVIDIA sell-off. This is partly the fear out in the market of the AI, which is just fear. But cattle stampede when they're afraid. They're not thinking anymore. And it's normal. I'm not making fun of it. It's a normal thing that happens in markets. And I didn't advise you to sidestep it. I didn't see it coming. But I really do not expect that anything the company does for the next month will do anything with this stock price to get it above 40 cents. So we're now in a stock that's probably going to finish the year, best case, 40, 50 cents. So if that alarms you, I wouldn't get out now. You'll have a chance to get out, I think, at 40 or 50 cents. But I'm not recommending that. I just think we have to shift our stomach for the fight, and anything good in the stock price that's exciting is likely to happen next year. Now, what could change that? Well, we'll go through it. There are some upside possibilities that could make this stock turn around on a dime, but this chart's not telling you that. The chart's telling you we've got to rebuild, and it's going to take a while. Let me see if this is a 12-month chart. I mean, sorry, a 5-year chart. Now this is that 10-month I did the other day. This, it's very hard to draw with. I'm not good at it, but maybe this lower line should have been shifted upward a bit, but the 2 points I used were the two black vibrations here, August and September. And then you've got this support going across, which I think's a reason because of over here. I think it's a reasonable support level. So, that looks pretty good, but we've broken down now. And I just showed you that chart. Will we stay broken down? Well, I guess that's to be seen. Oh, here's this one. I think this is the one. Yeah, I think this is it. This is in Canada. The green, I don't know if I showed you that the other day, but that's how we were roughly. I mean, these change. I mean, I find technical analysis just shy of being astrology. But on the other hand, it seems to work, particularly when computers and day traders are finely attuned. Everyone's following the exact same path. But on the green, I was just trying to do we were taught to count waves. So your first wave up, you can see the second wave down, then the third wave up, fourth wave down, and then could there be a fifth wave that's obviously going to be longer than the third wave, but possibly longer than the first? That's what I was trying to say. But the other thing on this 5-year chart, This is the Canadian price. This is the Canadian price. I don't think it's really terribly broken down on a long-term chart. Now, my yellow line, again, is inexact, but if you could imagine a better drawn line, you can see that 50 cents, 49 cents is roughly support. Having said that, if you go horizontally, you know, it's the same kind of story. You've got 40-cent downside if you want to be as dire, and this is the end of the world, and Railtown is just like Logic. It's got no future. It's just like um, uh, Vocal or CRTD. They're just selling old penthouse nudes out of a squad they found somewhere. And then you can see it coming all the way down to 25, 30 cents Canadian in just a washout sellout. I don't think those things are going to happen, but you got to let me see what that is. My hookup isn't always. I'm going to take a chance. I might lose these messages. When I'm in the other room, my Wi-Fi, which is set up here, and I let other people use it for free. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But when I'm in the other room, my Wi-Fi doesn't really work. So on this computer, I turn it off. So it means it doesn't link to my phone at all. So I don't see phone calls. But more importantly, if I leave it off, it seems to interfere with this StreamYard setup. Let me make sure I'm still on this microphone. Yeah. So maybe this will be better. All right, let's go through some prices. I think Railtown will be, let's just go to Railtown. 33.4 to 34.2. It did go down almost to 32.5. That might be our low. But I think you should be prepared today that Railtown will close on its lows for the day. We're just gonna have to have maximum pain, maximum anger, maximum directional obliteration. It just has to happen. That's what happens with stock prices sometimes, and it's going to happen. So I would imagine that today the stock is more likely to close at 33 cents than at 35. But we'll find out. I mean, that's a prediction, of course, and you got to let the market tell you what it's doing. It is only 49,000 shares. So some of you might argue, well, then why is it down? I'll look at Canada. The only quote I get in Canada is delayed. Somebody just had to be out of 650 shares at 33 cents. They're going to continue to try to get you to sell, get you back in your day trading mode, get you back in the hot money mode, the fear mode, and you better take it out of here and go to G-Bucks because G-Bucks is going to 150. Wait a minute, where is G-Bucks? GNS is 57 cents. If you believed all of the excitement over the weekend, hey, you got to get in, it's going to, these stocks are all very very difficult. But G-Bucks, which was going to 150, right now is 8-cent bid, 0.086, 2,000 shares. You can't get out of it. If you bought it at $8, you can sell it at 8 cents. Because it was going to go to 150. So maybe you got to get out of, that's what they're trying to get you to do. Oh, in Railtown, you got to move it, got to go move it. This other guy that was here, barely social gator, he knows he's got another stock. Move it, hot, move. You're going to lose your money. Now, with Railtown, you're saying you're angry. Some others might be nervous. Others might see this as an opportunity to accumulate or to establish a position. But don't treat Railtown like it's a call option. It's not expiring. There's no need to sell it. Yes, it sucks. It really does suck. I mean, it's shitty that the stock is down. Let me just go through a couple of others. NVIDIA is down 5 at 175. That whole idea that AI is a bubble. AI is data centers. AI is the hyperscalers. AI is, the chat bots and all that stuff. And then AI is some of the infrastructure. A lot of this stuff's been built out. I don't know, I haven't been able to talk to anybody at the company. I've made probably 15 calls over the last 2 or 3 days, and I received nothing back except from one person who isn't with the company at all. But I get a little bit of their sense of the mood or whatever. But I can't get any specifics. I can't get any information. But NVIDIA is down 5. This is what's going on. There's this mood in the market that we're going to have a collapse. I will reiterate, I do not think this is the collapse in the market. I do not think this is the sell-off. It's coming. And remember this. But I think it's 4 to 5, 6 months away. It's not going to be the timing. It's going to be the price. I think the Dow could be 65,000 or 70,000 at the top. I have my targets that I've kept telling you here are in the red. So I'm raising it a bit. I should type this up, I guess, so you can read my handwriting. I'd say the Dow will go to 70,000. The S&P, I had 8,500, but I bet it could get as high as 10,000. NASDAQ, I had it at 30,000. I bet it could go as high as 40,000. Russell, I had it at 4,000. That's probably, I'm going to leave that one alone. Gold, 5,000. Silver, 120. But the point is, in 1 or 2 of these books that I read last year, to remind myself, if you're in the markets and you study cycles, you talk to technicians, and you're interested, you hear about currencies and markets, you hear about precious metals, you hear about wars and you hear all the theories. One of them is what happened in the Weimar Republic. And my view for probably about 15 years, 20 years, is that our market is going to do what happened in the Weimar Republic. Now, the difference is the mark was not a internet, well, it had some international reserve characteristics, I suppose, but the international currency was the pound sterling. It wasn't the mark. In our case, we are essentially the international currency, but it's under attack everywhere. And imagine with AI and imagine with crypto how lightning fast the alternative can be created. I don't think it's anywhere near. I don't think we're anywhere near the replacement of the US dollar, mainly because there's no bond market in the world for the time being that can rival the United States. And there's no military for the time being, unless we continue to stupidly squander our resources on behalf of a white supremacist theocracy of 8 million people who idiotically cannot live within stolen borders and need to attack 7 different countries and carry out a genocide, and then they ask us. It's like a little guy going in the bar, picking a fight, and hoping his friend gets him out of it. And so while we've drained 20 to 30 trillion dollars on this Zionist idiocy, Ukrainian idiocy, Wolfowitz, Cheney, all of them at the turn of the century, the new American century, while we've squandered trillions of dollars and our credibility and our morality on behalf of a bunch of murderous thugs. The rest of the world has moved forward, and Russia, who learned a lesson, Putin, very smart man, knows natural resources, trained as an attorney, knows things take a long time, spent a lot of his time in Eastern Europe. Putin has allowed Christianity back into Russia. There's no wokeism in Russia, although women had advanced quite a bit, but women in Russia took a lot of the less glamorous jobs. Here in the United States, it's all about women getting the glamour jobs. They don't want to do the street sweeping or the traffic, guidance, or the women took those jobs in Russia, in Soviet Union, because the men were killed in World War II, and they were killed in Stalin's purges. So women have had, as I argue, they've had in most of history, a lot of power, if not no war was started over a man. Wars, Helen of Troy, women have had a lot of power. I think this gender studies insanity has been led by a bunch of angry, older, ugly women who want to take happiness from the younger generation of women who are in their full beauty and opportunity and peace, contentment. It's all taken away. It's I don't know. Let's not go off in that, but we've spent so much of the last 50, 60 years on that experiment, gender studies, and I am woman, hear me roar. Look, I'm all for equality of chance and opportunity. But when you put the weight on the scale one way and you tell men, little boys, you see that statue of a woman at little girl at the New York Stock Exchange? What the hell do little girls do, or little boys? Well, you're talking, what if you're a woman, you're angry at what happened 100 years ago, 50 years ago. Men were horrible. But were they? I don't know. I don't want to get into that argument. I just want to point out, while the United States is squandering money and education in flaccid ways and joining a genocidal country in the Middle East, Russia has built up its financial system. It's not as big as ours. As Barack Obama said, it's just a regional military power with a gas station. What a great guy that guy was. But Russia has $100 trillion worth of natural resources, and Putin saw what the bankers did to the ruble in the late 90s. Is it New York, Tokyo, Geneva, London, or is it just London? I don't know. But the banks need collateral. That's why we're at war everywhere. And Putin knows this. And I think Putin has built up an alternative. No one trusts him yet, because the propaganda goes on and on and on that he's a thug and that he unprovoked invaded Ukraine. We're putting biological labs in Ukraine. We promised not to move NATO closer to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union and Russia have been invaded from the north and from the south. Muscovy has been invaded, going back to Sweden, Poland, France twice, Germany twice. France might only be one, but I think there was one earlier, but I might have that one wrong. Putin knows full well that he is a plum that the world's banking system wants to pluck. And so he needs that buffer. He needs some protection there. There are no seas protecting Russia from an invasion. Anyway, we interfered with the election under Victoria Nuland in Ukraine. We put in a Nazi, Zelensky, a poet or a play, just a flim-flam guy. We've run money through the Ukraine that comes back to the Democratic Party. And yet the propaganda that you read in all the news is that Putin's at fault. Well, it's idiotic, and I've told you that. And in fact, it looks like, I'm not going to say they say it's a Russian drone. It may be, but I'm not going to say the Russians did it. But why would you have a ground war in the middle of 28 nuclear reactors? You guys think nuclear power is the answer? Every 5 years, they call them accidents. It happens with a frequency that you can't use the word accident. It's a rhythm to it. Hannaford, whatever the one was up in the early stages in the UK, was it Waterford? I can't remember. I should have looked it up. I couldn't remember it the other day. Waterford, they had a massive, it all goes into the North Sea and some of the farms. Chernobyl. But then there was in the past one or two gigantic nuclear explosions and leaks and power destructions in Russia, Soviet Union. And then in our own stupidity, we've destroyed South Carolina with nuclear waste. Underneath Washington State, Hannaford, we disposed nuclear waste in our pell-mell race to build weapons that can destroy the world. We just poured it all in there, and we've known about it. But it's just a big blob of waste that's in the water table underneath Hannaford, and it's moving whatever that river is. It's probably already in the river, and it's going to go to Seattle if it's not already there. But here we're having a war. We're having a ground war that we caused and we're supporting with a lunatic, Zelensky, who has stolen money, and a drone hit the Chernobyl containment, and it started a fire. It happened a little while ago, but that entire containment is now open to the world. And we read our comfortable newspapers. There are no journalists anymore. None. None. There's one guy, Solomon, who I think is worth following. There's, I want to call her Maggie, but that's not her name. She used to have red hair, now it's darker, and she reports, she has her own channel. I'll think of her name. She's Martin. Can almost think of her name. She is a journalist. But there's very few that are left that are even talking about the risks to the planet. Fukushima Daiichi, let me not go off on that. It's 11 o'clock. Let's talk about these stocks. But Fukushima Daiichi may have made the northern hemisphere of our planet uninhabitable, but you don't hear about it. It'll go to the southern hemisphere, but the air doesn't circulate. The water does. It'll go. And now we're going to rush to build more nuclear power. It's insanity. I sometimes think that the Zecharia Sitchin's analysis and life work to translate the Sumerian texts, which came up with 12 or 13 books, and I read several of them, and I listened to a lot of his lectures. And I don't think it's a threat to religion or belief in God, by the way. But if his analysis and others is correct, the Anunnaki came here, and we were formed by their bioengineering, I guess, of apes or of whatever's here. And Adama was that original effort. I don't want to say I believe it all, but the 2 or 3 things that are a sickness in the human mind are nuclear power, apparently, according to Zecharia Sitchin, Enki, and Enlil Anu was the father, and I guess Enki and Neil, and there's a daughter, I forget her name. And they were given different parts of the globe, but there was jealousy, you know. And Neil, I think, did not like us because we were loud after we were created. We were created to mine for gold because they didn't have enough people. They didn't want to work hard. So they enslaved us. They created us, enslaved us, and made us mine for gold. But then those two brothers and others got in fights. These to us, they must have seemed like gods because they had long lifespans and they were, I guess, big. But I think there were fights over women. I don't know, the whole thing. I don't want to. I'd have to go read it if you want exactitude. But one of the brothers, and I think it was Anil, launched nuclear weapons, according to Zachariah Sitchin, 2 or 3. And so the Anunnaki left the planet very quickly. Gold protects from radiation, and maybe they took some with them, but they left, and then society has been recovering ever since. But they're going to return. I think it's every 3,600 years this planet X or this solar system comes back. This twin sun comes back. And that would be soon, if not already. But the 3 bits of craziness in the human psyche. One is the fascination with nuclear power and nuclear weapons. Does it come from some memory from way back then? Maybe. The other one is slavery. We were created in, is there some memory of this? And the other one is gold. Does it come from all the way back then? Are we just animals with our reptilian part remembering all these crazy behaviors? And then are the bankers about accumulating gold and accumulating assets for when the Anunnaki comes again? They'll be special when the gods come back again. I don't know. That's a little bit of a crazy man's riff. So let's get back to this. G-Bucks is last trade green, 11 cents, but the bid is 8 cents. Railtown is down a penny at 33 cents. NVIDIA is down 4 cents at 176. Nixie's down 5 cents at 106. Quantum Biosciences is down 29 cents at 590. Let's see where Soundhound is. Soundhound is down 75 cents at under 11. So there, the market cap there is, falling. It still says 5.5 billion. Finger is down 4.5 cents at 133.5, 133 to 134. They're going to raise money. And what do shorts do? Pressure. So let's get back to Railtown, which is why we're here today. 105,000 shares, 133 to 134. Last trade, 100 shares at 133.5. But anyway, getting back to Putin, he's been focused for the last 20, 25 years on Russia and for Russia to have its century. But that's also true in China. I think China's in a lot of trouble because of debt. But now we have the carry trade in Japan blowing up, which might be what's behind the market weaknesses. We had a government shutdown for 1.5 months that took liquidity out of the market. I believe what's going to come right now is the Fed is going to loosen up. They may delay it, but, and they may get it wrong almost certainly. It's meaningless. But the government and the Fed are going to try to get control of the bond market. And I believe it or not, I think, particularly I was listening to David Hunter this morning. It makes sense. I think interest rates are going to go down. It won't last. It'll be for the next 6 months, year and a half. But this sell-off is a momentary panic in the overall market. I think with Railtown, it's going to end. The sell-off is going to end soon. The recovery is going to take at least 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. All right, that's kind of the background. I guess the only thing I left out is whether or not the AI bubble is going to implode by Christmas. I don't think so. I mean, there's huge valuations. Those might retract, but the infrastructure is being built. And there is a race on between China, the United States, Canada's joined in, the Middle East, Russia, I'm sure, in their own capable way, very Russian way, are building it out. I don't think they're close. Europe's behind, but they're not too far. But I think in Holland, they build some of the key components of chips, or it's a part of it. So Europe has a role. But the race really is United States and China. I don't see that ending. So to the extent Railtown is a component that slots in between the data center and the developer, between the NVIDIA chip and the developer, between the developer and the corporate needs, software needs, to the extent that Railtown is a tool that can become universally accepted, there's a very bright future. If there's more than one tool, just like, what were those videos? Betamax and what was the other one? Sony Betamax and another one, VHS. Eventually, it gets standardized. And we would hope in time, Railtown would be the standard. But to me, that'll happen a year or 2 years from now. That'll happen after Railtown has been purchased, if I'm correct, by Microsoft. That's my favorite. But let's try to get through today, next week, the following week. Do I need to show you? I don't need to show you those again, I don't think. But on February 11th, Railtown made an announcement that they had agreed to purchase, in a friendly transaction, AI Network Partnerships Corp, AIP. That was February 11th. In that announcement, in the headline, which is a mistake, but what are they going to do? They have to. It's the law. They said they entered into an MOU. Well, the algorithmic computers, bing, MOU, start selling, start selling, start selling, start selling. They read the headlines. It's not a human being. It's not a human being. Start selling, start selling. And then it said it was a acquisition. Start selling, start selling, start selling, start selling. And then it was Canaccord Genuity, who are in bed with the criminals on the short side to the point that they should lose their license. But there's also Good Bank. There's also, you can say that it's a division, but the rest of the people are honest. But anyway, they see Canaccord. It's our buddies. Start selling, start selling, start selling, start selling. And then we're going to negotiate. We're going to come to an LOI in a few weeks. Start selling, keep selling, keep selling, keep selling. That's what the algorithms are set up to do. Why? Well, I've said before, there's 3 reasons why. One is if you're, for example, the Toad or the Anson Funds or Lynn Partners, for example, and Canaccord, you and Canaccord are working together, of course, at arm's length, so you can't legally prove it, but you're working together. Go, well, let me see if I can sign up the CEO to the Lynn Partners financing. I mean, we're great. We got offices in downtown Manhattan. We care about our customers. And we've done all these deals. Let me go see if I can sign them up. They probably need $5 or $10 million. So he flies into Vancouver or wherever, gets them to sign up, and the slaughter begins. So that's one reason the computers start selling when they see those announcements, because it's an opportunity to set up a steal of the entire market cap. And you know all how it works. You know how it works. They sell stock via their accounts maybe and their stock loan desk at Canaccord. But they'll sell millions of shares, bringing the stock down. Apparently there were 50 to 60 million shares sold initially short under the Reg Show exemption in Railtown here. I don't know about up in Canada. That doesn't mean they're all, some of it might be arbitrage. But anyway, they sell it down, they build up a cash pool, and then Canaccord, after Lynn Partners, I'm using as an example, gets Corey to sign a toxic note that goes in tranches with a backward-looking formula and sets aside freely tradable shares at the transfer agent, and the games begin. And so Canaccord becomes the facilitator in this computer's mind. I'm not saying they're doing this in this case. And as stock is sold, it's via Canaccord. As the deal comes out, cash comes from one of the hedge funds, Lynn Partners, the 4 they work with. Lynn Partners is not at risk. The stock keeps going down, but the cash is already there. The company is funded, but the stock is on its downward slope to oblivion. Think GNS, think Vocal, think MULN, think Wolf before it's had somewhat of a reprieve. Think Root, think DLQ SPAC, think I don't want to say GTII because I think that was always a scam as we look back on it. But think about Finger when it got ensnared. You know that pattern, and it happens everywhere. And Wall Street's in on it. Wall Street supports it. Regulators support it. It is done on behalf of a lot of our large pools of money. No taxes paid, DBMM, Northwest Bio, Nixie. Maybe next trip we'll sidestep it. Maybe. That's the number one strategy. And that's why the computer starts selling. Because they smell the kill. Well, in the case of Railtown, and I have some things here to show you. Railtown's never taken a toxic financing. Railtown has gentlemen that have experience in the capital markets, although I have a lot of friends that say they have experience in the capital markets. So you got to read those bios with a little bit of a jaundiced eye. But I believe it. I believe they know enough not to sign a toxic note. On the other hand, I think Corey, in one of his presentations, was naive enough, as all CEOs are. It's not their fault, to believe that in the United States he could raise capital and it would help his company. You have to understand, NASDAQ's in on this sting. The over-the-counter markets are in on the theft of the market caps of stocks under $5 on the NASDAQ and on the over-the-counter. They're all in on it. But anyway, that's one reason the computer starts selling. The second reason, because it builds up a pool of cash, the stock goes down. When the financing comes out, you've got the cash to wire to Canaccord on the financing, and then you keep selling under the toxic formula, and you can commence a 1.5-year theft. You can hire some people to promote it, bring it down, whoop, 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 boom. So you can have more to steal. That's one methodology. To our great fortune in Railtown, that does not exist, to the best I can tell. And I'll show you. I went through some of the back information, which I was going to show you yesterday. I'll have time today to show it to you. So that first strategy does not apply here. On the other hand, that doesn't mean the computers don't sell. They don't know. It's an over-the-counter stock. The news is announced, MOU, acquisition, in a few weeks, LOI. They punish it because they do it across thousands. And remember, this is a systemic theft of your money, which is created by the Fed and the government to fight wars in the Middle East. And now the Ukraine. The trillions of dollars that come flooding into the markets, in the bond market, and for war and for bankers' agendas, they want a piece of it. And where they put it mostly is in this private equity chain on Wall Street in 4 companies, 4 banks, mainly. But these other groups have sprouted up with the help, in my judgment, of a Stevie Cohen or a Ken Griffin, showing them how to do it, arm's length, always searching for that extra edge. The whole market is corrupted, and CEOs are insane to believe Adina Friedman or Chucky Cromwell. They're just insane. But they don't know better. Don't know better. Or they do. Or they do. Because it's, you know, it's when the light flashes, your life flashes before your eyes, and you wonder, how the hell am I going to pay my rent, my storage, how am I going to pay my health care? And I'm going to take a moral stand against this. But if I lose, if the company gets rid of me, or if I don't take the financing, the company may not move forward anyway. I don't really want to fly around and meet a bunch of investors. I don't like doing that. I can get it funded. So what? If the stock goes down, I can hire Mark Bazile. He'll settle. I won't go to jail. The financiers won't go to the jail. The shareholders get nothing. So what? At least my health care, my rent, my wife, my bills are paid. And it comes down to that. It just comes down to that. It's an industry. So anyway, that's the first reason. The second reason the computers sell like that is more of the swing trading. I don't know what swing trading is, but more of the taking a short position and holding it for a weekend, holding it for a week, holding it for a month, not in conjunction with a hedge fund, although hedge funds do it, but not in conjunction with the sting operation to steal the entire market cap, just a strategy to use computer program selling to put pressure on all of the stocks under $5. There's no buyers, there's no research, there's no compliance, there's no COP, there's no uptick rule, there's no know your customer rule. There's an exception called regs show that you can drive a Mack truck through. There's no market maker stabilizing it. There's no brokers that are allowed to buy the stocks. It's a beautiful strategy. It's shooting fish in the barrel. And then they come on here on Twitter and elsewhere and they get you to buy a stock. Look at Genius Brands. Just signed up with Mark Bazile Law Firm and West Christian and Genius Brands. They're fighting. They're going to go. And it goes from 60 cents to $1.60. They turn on the computers, obviously. And now it's, I don't know what it is. Now it's 60 cents, 59 cents. So they strip all that money out. Is the CEO in on it or is he stupid? I think he's a pretty dumb guy. But I don't know that. I've never met him. But who knows? Doesn't matter if anybody's in it on it or not. This is what happens in the steal the market cap category, number one, but in number two, where it's establishing short positions and holding them for a longer time, selling stock you don't own, because remember, you buy it once, they can sell it 100 times. That's because of Bill Clinton, under Barack Obama, but it's also all of the rest of the presidents. Every single one, Republican, Democrat. So again, their computers are set up to sell when they see MOU, acquisition, a few weeks, LOI, and Canaccord. They start selling. What's their goal? They basically know that if they kill the price, their trade becomes self-fulfilling. It's a self-fulfilling trade. It's the easiest money they can ever make. And if for some reason it goes against them, like AME or GMC, they're friends at Citadel and Stevie Cohen come bail them out. They'll come bail them out, and then they'll start the whole they'll bring the roaring idiot on, and it'll run up to $65 and come back to 28. It'll run up to $45, come back to 28. Run up to $38, come back to 28. Run up to $33, come down to 24. Run up to $30, come down to 24. Go run up to $28, come down to $20. And in that time frame, deals. The money comes from you because you bought. They have the computers, the dueling computers, but as the money comes out and sits in pools by selling stock that does not exist, Cohen can come out and do a deal, and he takes his little worthless company to having $20 a share in cash. He's set for life. You're destroyed in your ownership percentage, but it warps price discovery. It's a complete misallocation of capital. If Donald Trump wants America great again, he shouldn't allow this misallocation of capital to build up a failed movie theater chain or a failed game store. Let those wash away. Let people's money go to AI or go to the next battery or go to the next longevity technology. The world in the United States, the markets are set up to allocate capital to a handful of men at the top. I think AI is going to start making a lot of billionaires. So maybe there'll be a new round of revenge of the nerds. But anyway, that second group knows if they sell the stock, they have computers set up just to start selling, that as the price goes down, the two CEOs, if they continue to do the deal on the same terms, it's fine. The price is lower and they need cash. Canaccord will do a financing. That's how they think. In all the other examples, it might be toxic, it might not, but it's going to be from a lower share price. So the goodness of the merger gets diluted by many more shares. Also, they know if the two CEOs agree to stay together on the deal, they might increase the number of shares required to make the acquisition. That helps their trade. They also know if the two CEOs break apart, the stock will collapse. So it's just a winning strategy. Every time you see those words in a headline or a news release, sell, Canaccord, acquisition, weeks, MOU, LOI, sell. The final group of sellers are these idiots like Barely Social. They just do the day trades. They go into rooms where somebody else has a big wad of cash, a lot of computers, a lot of access to market makers, a lot of documentation done up by shady lawyers, but it's all smooth. So all his job is to do is look at a computer and press the bets. And he's given a certain allocation along with his buddies. And as long as they don't blow up, as long as they don't get reckless, is the winning. Out of thousands of companies, maybe one or two catch them off guard. But otherwise, it all works. This is what you're up against. This is what you're feeling right now. This is how you're viewing Railtown right now. Oh, it's just another one of those. And that's what this compost barely nurtured alligator, that's what he wants you. He wants you in that space of the vocals, the GTIIs, the logics, the fingers, the GDCs, the G-buxes, the ZJYLs, the go on, and the MULNs, the Nixies. He wants you in that space because then you'll sell and he can cover his trade. All right, that's the dynamic going on in Railtown for February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. 10 months. 10 months. It's clear that Corey and Marwan, and I think Dr. Tom Kaur and Mike Nobrega have never run a public company before. Never. It's clear that Marwan and Corey, I think, had a brilliant idea early. If they were located in Palo Alto, they would have already raised $250 million at a $1 or $2 billion valuation, and they wouldn't be subject to all this. But they're not based in Palo Alto. They're based in Canada, much smaller market. Comparatively, really tiny capital resources as compared to the United States financial markets. So they got started with their own money, friends and family, maybe some angel investors, but they did it on a shoestring. They, as far as I see, but I can be corrected, they haven't taken huge salaries. They don't have huge expenses. They've paid some consultants quite a bit, but I think it's stock, not cash. I didn't print it out, but in their June financials, they don't pay a lot for attorneys. I'll see if I can find it while we're talking today. But my memory is their quarterly spend on attorneys was like $10,000 or $15,000. It was nothing. At least nothing in the United States. Maybe that's how they do it in Canada. So why are they poor boying it or running their legal efforts on a shoestring? Why? Well, maybe they just didn't have enough money. But maybe it's in the psyche of Canadians, like it is in people from Maine, to be cheap. At least that's the stereotype. That's my bias. I worked for a long time with a guy from Maine. I don't know the reason why they decided to go the inexpensive route on legal documents. Maybe they have in-house expertise. Maybe they didn't expect, in a good way, for the market to blow up this quickly. But it is obvious that for the money they've allocated, that either their legal team, their consultants, if they hire them, their in-house staff have been completely ineffectual at closing a friendly transaction. Is there ill will? I doubt it. Are they incompetent? I doubt that. I bet they're very competent. But if you hire attorneys who don't have somebody at the regulatory office to get it through, don't have, we used to call them, there's a word for it, facilitators maybe, at the government offices, it goes slowly. But also, if you don't spend a lot of money, maybe you get junior attorneys. Maybe you got a law firm that puts you in their C catalog of clientele, not that their A category. I don't know. I don't know the reason. But the fact is, on a friendly transaction, agreed probably over the holidays, agreed probably a year ago, roughly, a friendly transaction, Railtown has not been able to execute and get the acquisition of AIP partners done and dusted. That's a fact. I'm not going to blame AIP because they're the ones being acquired. The acquirer, the company we've invested in, simply cannot do the most basic thing a public company does: buy another company. They haven't been able to do it. That's a fact. It's not a judgment. From February 11th, for all I know, it'll take to December 11th. Railtown, either because they chose other priorities, and then I would say they shouldn't have tried to buy AIP at all, or because they didn't allocate enough capital to the legal arm and therefore got an inferior legal product, I would argue you should have gone to Aunt Mary and said, hey, can I borrow $250,000? I'll pay you back and I'll give you 1% of the company. But that decision, that train's already passed. It might be that they decided to do all of the legal work in-house, which I've seen companies do that, and I think it's idiotic. It's just a bunch of paperwork. I can do this. I've seen it. The legal profession has all of us by the short hairs. If you try to do it on your own, something like this is going to happen, or you're going to make mistakes. So you just got to swallow it and pay. At least if you have a law firm do it, you can sue their insurance company for malpractice. If you do it yourself, who are you going to sue? See? It may be as innocent as that the market and the revenue deals and all of that are coming in such a flood that they didn't have time to get this done. We don't know. What's the cost of not closing the AIP transaction? What's the cost? Using United States numbers, the market cap right now of Railtown is 48,889,000. The price is 34.20. The high on the year was 69.7. Let's go to the extreme. It won't be a perfect calculation, but let's go to the extreme. Basically, by their inexperience at running a public company, and I'm going to an extreme. There's no reason that we know that it would have stayed at its all-time high. But I would imagine if this deal had been accomplished, money put at the legal effort, money put at facilitators, there's no reason this deal couldn't have closed within 90 days. None. I suppose there could be something. It, for sake of argument, cost the company $50 million in market cap valuation to spend 15 grand a quarter on legal fees instead of 250 grand on legal fees. Was it worth it? I don't know. I don't know the thought process. But it's temporary. This price punishment is temporary. So this is a recoverable mistake, but I think it's a mistake. And does it say something about Corey Brandolini's ability to be CEO? Yeah, it's where the buck stops. It is where the buck stops. But should we make allowances for the first? This is the first time he's run something, maybe. Should we make allowances that he's a kind person and defers to his attorneys? Maybe. I don't know what went on. So it's easy to assign responsibility. It's trickier to assign blame. But the fact is, we're paying a hell of a price for Railtown. If you believe the argument, they have a strong story. We're paying a hell of a price. On the other hand, we've built it. I told you the position would go down. I removed Dennis Alex, so the number went down to 15,552,000. And this is a good thing. But if you're like me in my small account, I should show it. You know, it's my IRA. I'm in the red. If you're like me, you bought stock a year ago. You know, last December, on a good story, and here we are a year later, losing money. If we don't sell, I think it'll recover. So that's where we are. Railtown's leadership, for whatever reason, has been unable to close a friendly, small, by the way, small transaction, transformative, but it's a $20 million, $25 million deal. They haven't been able to close it in a year. How are they going to roll up companies? Are they going to use those same attorneys? I think Corey maybe needs to examine that strategy. Personally, I'd come down to Palo Alto or go into New York City, and I'd buy the meanest, dirtiest cur of an attorney I could find. A junkyard dog or a polished $3,500 an hour attorney. If you're going to spend a year rolling up companies one at a time, you might as well go sell Ginzu knives at the local shopping mall. But wait, if you like that, we have the Ginzu pocket knife. Anyway, I'm not in management. I haven't talked to anybody at the company, but they really need to, I think, get a new law firm, spend money on an entire department of attorneys / deal makers / paperwork people, and they've got to fly into Toronto, go to the regulator's office several days in a row, go to the door, windows, take note of the rather immobile, overweight man sitting in one chair with his cane, and there's a lot of activity around him. And if he's there 2 or 3, 4 days, walk up to him and say, "Hi, who are you?" "Oh, my name is Fred Jones, and I'm a facilitator. You can hire me, and so you don't have to come here. You pay me, and I'll get your paperwork through. I've got relationships with everybody here, and I will help you get things done in an expedited way." Maybe he's called an expediter. Hire an expediter. Take it seriously. Railtown will not be able to roll up companies and execute its revenue plan if they have the same attorneys and if they don't bulk up internally, which means spend money on capable white-collar people. He's got to do that right away. All right, that's where we are. And we've paid the price in the value of our portfolios and in the time. And I'm starting to think, I feel like this is an all or none type situation as it applies to me personally, which sucks. Because as ever, CEOs make decisions and have strategies you can't control. And I can't control getting any information either. There always seems to be information flow when things are good. When it's bad, there's no flow at all. It just completely emphasizes that we got to get away from these markets. Railtown is the way to get away. We just got to survive this. I don't think it's going to last much longer, but I do think holidays are coming. I do think this sell-off is destructive enough. It's not a lot of volume, so it might heal more quickly. It's 164,000 shares today, and I think it was 250 yesterday. But it looks pretty, right now it looks all right. You got 52.5 on the bid. It's a strange number. It always shows up. So I think that's the computers. And it seems to have stabilized. But it's 164,000 and we're only at noon. So it's not fun. But anyway, if this stock were to be totally destroyed, you see 5 or 10 million sell down in 2 or 3 days and then bounce back. That's not going on. There's no coordinated criminal sting operation going on here. It's just the darn computers are set up to take advantage of this. It's short term. Their goals are short term. Your goals should be longer. Now, I've added an element over the last months that I believe the stock can move very quickly to the upside. I still believe that. But I've been wrong on that. And I should have seen that in Canada, they can't get anything done quickly. I think this is a real failure on the part of Corey's leadership on the corporate finance, the corporate functioning side. It's a complete failure. It's not over with yet, though. It's not over with yet. What we don't know is, I bet Corey's doing a great job on the software side, he and Marwan, and we don't know what's going on behind the scenes on the product side or on the saleswomen, whatever, the salespeople side. We don't know that because it's all been this limbo for 10 months. It's probably more like 11 or 12 months. It's inexcusable. It's an absolute inexcusable failure on the part of Corey. Unfortunately, but does it show bad intent or incompetence, or I don't know. It could just be he's one guy and business is blown up. I don't know, but it's a real negative. Okay, I've said enough about that. It doesn't help that you have no protection in these markets against short selling. It doesn't help. All right, so let's get off of that aspect. So where are we? Where are we? Well, I told you about the February 11th announcement that they were going to buy AIP. Well, a lot of time went by, and on October 6th, they filed that essentially they had agreed to buy AIP. Okay, we knew that already. Subject to a series of conditions, and we'll get back to you to see let you know if we got it done. Totally meaningless. Totally meaningless. It's the cost of ineffectuality. So the stock had gone up. It began this slide that we're experiencing now. That was, they filed it October 6th. They announced it October 8th. Roughly 30 days later, I think because it's required, because it was another complete waste of time announcement, they announced that they had announced an acquisition. They confirmed that they were going to be able to announce it again, and essentially they made an announcement that they had announced it, and they're going to announce again. Completely useless. But the regulator is probably a requirement to update on the acquisition. There was one good piece of news in it. There was one specific date in their approximately November 6th announcement, and that was November 14th. November 14th, they said, was the closing date to acquire AIP. Now, I've already pointed out, and I don't want to hammer it, but either because their law firm doesn't really take them seriously, or maybe they got the lowest priced attorneys or most ineffective, or maybe they're trying to do things part with law firm, part in-house, I don't know. But remember, they're also trying to put together an annual report. They're trying to do their filings for their annual meeting. They're trying to, I don't know how many people they have at the management level, and they better change that soon. They better change it soon. You can't have a bunch of dreamers. You got to have a bunch of functionaries. They got to hire a bunch of functionaries. But anyway, that was the 14th. The announcement, I don't have to show it to you again. You can look it up. They said they'd close the acquisition, the purchase by Railtown of AIP on Friday the 14th of November. Well, today, a week later, we don't know if they did or not. That opens it up for the boys pressuring the stock ever downward, because for their trades to win, they just got to keep the trend going. It's not about any of this, but this gives them that opening to keep pressuring it. And once it breaks below support, the computers aren't set up immediately to recognize where to buy, so they get a little bit of an air pocket. Well, so that announcement on November 6th that they would close on the 14th, not only was it a puff piece, as far as we know, it's completely inaccurate. My boss used to say, Billy, always do what you say you're going to do. It used to drive me crazy. But I think that's the issue here. You build up trust with your investing public, your whales. It was supposed to close last Friday, but I already warned you. I have no biases anymore. I'm not going to state my biases. But I warned you I don't know how to say it without any bias, but I warned you that these attorneys would not work late Friday, work over the weekend, and then file it Sunday or Monday. So I predicted to you that it would be Tuesday or Wednesday. So at least we weren't all anxious by Wednesday. But now it's Friday. Why haven't we heard anything? I don't know. I can't get a phone call on it. But I'm Almost Legend found out that if they completed the merger on the 14th in Canada, they have 10 days to file it. So if we assume they completed it, let's say midnight on the 14th, so I'll give them that. I won't count the 14th. 10 days would start on the 15th. So it'd be Tuesday the 25th. Tuesday the 25th might be, or Monday, might be when we can expect to see the filing that the AIP deal is done. So today's going to be difficult. Monday's going to be difficult, maybe Tuesday. But I believe the AIP purchase has a I think the AIP, I think the AIP transaction has been completed. I don't know for sure, but the question is, when will they file it, and will the regulators accept the paperwork that has been filed? Again, if you don't pay for excellent attorneys, you take a chance with that too. But you can't blame the company for the regulators either. Oftentimes, regulators are in their own power play, and they take forever, and they just take forever. And they have different rules and different requirements. So I think where we are today is that by next Wednesday, by the time you're flying home for Thanksgiving, we will hear that the AIP deal has been completed. And that's great. That's great progress. It's a great deal. And, I can jump on Corey for this execution. On the other hand, I have to give him great credit, and Marwan and the rest. I have to give Corey great credit for this acquisition. It is a truly beautiful acquisition. So you got to give him credit there. No human being is perfect. That's why it's so difficult for me in life. None of you are perfect, like I am. So what I think is going on here is this is the last chance for the shorts to push their bet and make some money. I do believe the AIP deal is either is or will be completed, and that it will be announced by next Wednesday, or filed. I don't know if it's going to be announced, just filed. That's their obligation, is to file it. So remember, Canada is open for business, and this is a Canadian stock. We're going to be at Thanksgiving, but Canada is open for business. So it's not terrible. And maybe it's good that we'll be distracted. All right. So I think, let me just pick a day. I think by Wednesday, the AIP transaction will be filed. What happens then, I don't know. Do they make a press release about it? Maybe. Do I think the company and or TELUS owes us another press release? Yes, I think so. Because that TELUS news that came out, which I thought was, out of left field, but is great, it also was a puff piece. It didn't say much. So I think after they file the AIP, we'll hear, I don't know if it'll be next week. It could be the following. I don't know. TELUS is its own bureaucracy. I don't know what their workflow looks like. But I would imagine you would hear a little bit, once they've acquired AIP, you'd hear a little bit more about the hosting transfer and the revenue sharing. That'll be a positive when it comes out. But those two things, the filing, and if there's any kind of announcement, maybe two announcements, it's not going to change the price of the stock. The stock has been hurt. Now, what I mean is in the very short run. So don't expect that. And by the way, they're not going to put out a press release any better than they put out any others. They're going to come out as puff pieces. They might have an MOU in there. They might have a amalgamate in there. A consolidated. It's just, don't expect anything better. So I don't believe that any news we get next week or even the following week is going to make the stock go up. But I think it'll put a floor in the price, and I think the price will start to move upward. But it's not going to do anything. What could start moving the price of the stock upward? Buyers. I've been told through the grapevine for months that there are major buyers not only ready to buy, but in the market supporting the stock. Well, I don't see them. I don't see them anywhere. Have you seen any major buyers? Maybe though, maybe. Maybe they're there. We don't know. So what would bring in those buyers, and which buyers are we looking for? Well, in the United States, there are, other than our little Battlestar Galactica collection of pockets of buying, in the United States, there will be no buying of Railtown. None. As long as it's under $5, $6, $7, possibly even $10, there will not be any buying. I mean, it's maybe there's a opportunistic hedge fund somewhere, but there will be no buying in the United States. So where's the buying going to come from? What, in these low prices? In these low prices, where's the buying going to come from? It's going to come from Canada and maybe international, but it's going to come from whales, family offices, institutions, retail, possibly ETFs, mutual funds, retirement plans, but it's going to happen in Canada. So what's going to allow or start the buying? I believe, and I mean, I acknowledge there's the point of view that if Corey can't even get a simple it's not that simple, but it's small. I mean, it's 20 million, 25 million. It's not a lot of cash. It's not that difficult, but there could have been 170 different documents going back and forth. We don't know for sure. But I understand the argument. If the company can't even get an acquisition done, how are they going to get any buyers for the stock? I get that. But for the moment, why don't we ignore that judgment call and say, what's going to happen between now and the end of the month, the end of November, to potentially cause buying in Canada of Railtown? Well, I think my premise is a lot of people don't believe it. Hey, if the news were good, they'd be buying. Doesn't matter. The quiet, well, I can't use that word, but the risk of trading on material inside information, that's a bunch of hooey. If the news on revenue and if the tools were so great, people would be buying. So yeah, I hear you that the in Canada they're pretty strict on insider buying, but I don't believe you. I think it would happen. Well, I don't know. I never traded in Canada. I don't think they have the avarice in Canada like they have in New York City. On the other hand, they have short sellings and they have these promoters and they have it used to be anyway, the Toronto and the Vancouver exchanges were hotbeds of scams, basically. So, greed is greed everywhere in the human race. I believe that since February 11th, 2021, and probably before then, all of the insiders at Railtown, AIP, and the 170 companies, and Ulmers, and Mavericks, and all the law firms, and at Canaccord Genuity have been prevented from buying stock because of the obligation to disclose material non-public information and significant material non-public information. I think research has been held back. I think the stock has been on the restricted list at Canaccord. I don't think any other brokerage firm in Canada is aware of Railtown, at least to the extent that they would go out and make recommendations to their sales force. And ironically, if they know information, they are probably under the same cone of silence of knowing material non-public information, so they can't recommend anything. I believe that there has been a blockage of buyers because of this period of time where it is illegal for those who are in possession of material non-public information and significant information can't buy. And that period hasn't ended. That period has not ended. Now, would there be leaks? Vinny calling Lou, and Lou calling Sal, and Sal calling Paulie, and would that be happening? I think you saw some of it when the stock ran up on October 6th or 7th or thereabouts. So yeah, maybe. But there's not enough leakage apparently yet. And I maintain up in Canada that you don't have a lot of cowboys who are going to take the risk of prison or losing their status or losing their account, losing money, losing their wife over buying Railtown early when it will become clear, if Railtown goes up, that they did so. So I totally believe that there's been a major lack of buying, and that lack of buying is not telling us anything negative about the stock. Others may believe it is. If it were good, they'd be jumping the gun. I can think of one difference. In New York City, if you're in the game of trading on inside information and non-public information, you've got a bank of attorneys that'll get you out of trouble, and you pay that money. Railtown doesn't pay that money. I bet a lot of these other institutions don't pay that money. I bet they don't have attorneys that can bail their ass out if they break the law. I'm going to ignore the short selling in this because that's happening. But since it's not a dedicated hedge fund, trying to take the whole market cap, in my opinion, that'll take care of itself. That'll go away on its own. It will. It will go away on its own. And it might even cause some moves upward. So I don't think we have to focus on the short selling. So what's going to bring those buyers in from Canada? I think number one is the there's no vocabulary for it. The material non-public information has to be widely disseminated in such a manner that's acceptable to the regulators to let those companies off the hook, those buyers off the hook. So I think that's a press release on AIP. I think that's a press release explaining TELUS and the revenue sharing arrangement, if they can. I'm not making it up. It's in the document, and it was in the first news release. And if there's any other news that we don't know about that is material that has not been disclosed. So we need to see the disclosure, full disclosure of the AIP acquisition. We need to see, I believe, full disclosure or enough disclosure to satisfy the regulators on whatever the hell is going on with TELUS and hosting. Because that last thing, I'm not sure it released the obligation to not buy. And I think we need, if there are any, we need to hear about any other transactions that might be of such a magnitude or quietude or in the shadows that needs to be fully disclosed. So my guess is, in terms of timing, that's next Wednesday on AIP. Maybe it's by Friday or Monday the following week on TELUS, maybe. And if there's anything else at all, my guess is it'll come out. They can't do anything quickly. Their team set up, their arrangement, their legal team, their in-house team, their whole setup is slow at Railtown. They can't handle speed. And they better change that. But anyway, so I'm going to guess that if there's anything else that needs to be disclosed, it'll be the first week of December. So I'm going to pick a date. Wednesday, December 3rd, on or around Wednesday, December 3rd, I think the prohibition of buying will be lifted. By the middle of the first week of December, I think insiders and hedge funds and whales in Canada that have signed NDAs, that have signed non-competes, that have signed standstill agreements, or are just obligated by law, will be released from their restriction of buying, because what they know, material, non-public information, I think it'll all be disclosed by the first week of December. The caveat is what Corey has set up to process legal documents at Railtown is insufficient. And they can't handle volume. They're not dexterous. They don't have a lot of dexterity. And the only caveat would be if there's delays in their chain of in-house lawyers interaction. They obviously don't have an expediter at the regulators. But I think by the middle of the first week of December, that restriction will be lifted, which is great news for us. Great news for us. Now, if his team, his legal operational team, such as it is, I think it belongs in the minor leagues, but if they can get it up to a little bit of varsity effort right now, if they get the AIP thing filed by the middle of next week, I believe Corey and Marwan and Dr. Tom Core can start talking to research analysts and to institutions by the middle of next week. So these delays, I'm sorry, they're just, it's hard to predict. But I've got to go with the human behavior I've seen. Railtown is slower than the World Bank, and that's not good. That is not good. You cannot run a company as if it's already a behemoth when it's just a startup. So I have to give it a delay. I'm going to go with the first week of December again. I think you will see one research report by Friday the 5th of December. And I think it'll come from the group who has already put out research. Capital Research. I can't find it, darn it. You've seen it before. Here it is. Research Capital. These guys. I bet you see research from these guys in the first week of December. Now, this stock had a $2 this report had a $2 target in the United States, and it went as high as 70 cents. So I'm not telling you that this report from Research Capital is going to do jack shit. But what'll be a relief to me is this report is 19 pages. I bet they come out with a report that you can read, I can read to you, and if it has pictures, you'll like to read. Just kidding. This will be a third party. Finally, third party comfort. Third party comfort. But I also think what will be in the new research report will be revenue projections, not from me. And that could be important to buying in Canada. But like I say, I don't think in the first week of December, if I'm right, this will come out again. I don't think it's going to do much. It'll firm things up, but I don't think you're going to see skyrockets at night, afternoon delay from this report. All right, so when can Canaccord do anything? I think Canaccord may keep it on their restricted list through the first week of December or longer if they're involved in a financing. So I'm going to ignore Canaccord, unfortunately. I would say Canaccord, if you want to be conservative, I don't think they'll release it from their restricted list for all of December, just to be conservative. Maybe we'll be surprised. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. what does that do to their institutions? Because Canaccord is their exclusive advisor. I don't know. I don't know their agreements. It's possible that Railtown can still talk to some of their institutions and that the restriction is not about their engagement, but that the restriction is about, a follow-on offering or something. I don't know. I don't want to speculate because I don't know the agreement. But I'm going to assume for purposes of my predictions here that Canaccord's restricted list is in force essentially through the end of the year. So what does that leave? That leaves other research reports, other companies. Well, if you look at TELUS, there's about a dozen companies following TELUS, from TD Bank, Toronto Dominion Bank to I can't remember now. I can't remember them all, but I think there will be a handful of other research reports coming out on Railtown. Now, if Corey and Marwan can't talk to anybody until the first week of December, I think it could take 1 or 2 weeks to make their rounds and for those analysts to come up to speed. So I'm going to say it will be the third week of December that you'll start to see additional research reports coming out. Now, these reports could be really meaningful. These reports could come from institutions who have a following, and in fact, I'm talking about banking institutions, who in fact have institutional buyers and a retail force that will buy. So that's great. I think by the middle of December, you're going to see research reports. I bet by then you'll have a handful in total. That's good news, really good news. And that might be the end of our stressful period. Okay, what do those research reports do? This target was $2 based on a $3 billion addressable market and a 3% penetration and a 12x. It's not too hard to kind of guess that he's going to, or she is going to raise her multiple from 12x to maybe 25x or higher. It's not too hard to believe that she will raise her targeted market from 3 billion to 30 billion or 100 billion addressable market. It's not too hard to believe that she will raise her market penetration above 3%. So if you rolled all that in, just pick one of those. What if she increased her addressable market by 10% or by 10x? Not 10%, 10x. What if she took 3 billion addressable market and said it's 30 billion? Well, using all her other numbers here, that would take her $2 target number to $20. By the way, I don't think that's going to happen. Or if she just took her 12x and moved it to 25x and left everything else the same, her $2 target might go to $4. If she took her penetration rate from 3% to 6%, the stock her target could go from $2 to $4. My point is, when this report comes out, the target is likely to exceed $2. Now, I'm not in the camp that the analyst will jump her target to some massive number right away. I think she'll come out and say, maybe it's $2, but maybe she'll say $2.50, $3.50, $4. But maybe she'll start a little lower. Why? Because she wants to hit the leaderboard on analyst performance. She wants to get the 5 stars. So it's better for her to say, my target is $2.50. And then if the stock gets there or starts to get there, she comes up with a research notes or a internal release first, and then it's made public, an update that says my new target is $4. This is all good for us, by the way. It builds momentum. But I think in the first week of December, you're going to see what are they called? Research Capital come out with a report to buy that will at least be $2 a share US, but probably more. I could make a case they could come out, much, much higher. I don't think they will at first. I would say $2, $3, $4 target. But that'll be great. What'll be great is inside it, it'll have revenues. Where will they have gotten the revenues? From the company. So that'll be basically 2 weeks from now, we'll start to see from a third party our first glimpse at not only revenues, but the trajectory of revenues. This will be a powerful window on the Railtown story. And then I'd say by the third week of December, you will see let's say three to five more research reports, additional research reports, and their targets could be totally different than Research Capital. But I think that comes out in the third week of December. That's going to be fantastic. Now, I really don't think it's going to generate any buying outside of our little ragtag group of ships, but I do think it will spark some year-end buying in Canada. But I really caution, people are going to be at Banff skiing. They're going to be, going out on the ice and killing baby seals. They're gonna be at curling matches, and they're going to be at their log cabins. So I think all of my excitement, unfortunately, on the stock price, if you want to be conservative, is moved to January. I hope I'm wrong. I hope the research reports get us. I mean, this report would get it started on revenue. All right, so that's eliminating the restriction on buying and then getting research reports. Those are two things that will get buying in Canada. What's another one? Another one is Corey and Marwan talking directly to institutions and large investors, and they get to hear some information carefully that you can't create another material non-public situation. But because they know this space, because they're invested in other AI investments, you could start seeing some buying just based on, let me call it a roadshow, but it won't be. It'll just be Zoom. But maybe Corey and Marwan go on a roadshow, and I'm sure they'll be very effective with that. So direct interaction could lead to buying. And finally, I stand by my prediction that your number one buyer, once enough time has gone by to allow him to do so, is John Ruffalo at Mavericks 2. But I'm sure Mike Nobrega will be talking to his contacts at OMERS. So those two institutions, OMERS and Mavericks 2, I think that a wild card could be that they'll start buying the stock in December. We'll find out. So that's how I think buying is going to come in Canada. Will December be a huge month? I think the combination of Railtown's complete, observable inability to close a simple, well, let's say, a relatively, to the rest of the market, a relatively small deal. It may not have been simple. It's not fair to assume it was simple. It might have been, 200 different signatures required. But that inability has pushed the entire story into year-end vacations. So I really don't think December is going to be when things start jumping. So what do I think for December? You see my predictions. They're going to be all wrong. They're going to be all wrong. I do think the stock can still go 80 cents, $1, $1.20 by the middle of December. And then as we come around the new year, holidays will take all of the first week of January. But the good thing about January, these institutions and these wealth advisors and brokers, they're going to want to establish positions in Railtown, in my judgment. So you're going to see buying in January, and I think. And $1.50 might be a first week, not a second week target in January. But remember, then it's above $1, and that brings in some more buyers. There'll be more research. I totally believe Mavericks will be, I have no information. I've never spoken to any of these people, but it's such a logical thing. I think Mavericks and OMERS will be in there buying. So if in January they can get the stock to $2, $3, that'll accelerate other institutions coming in to buy. And if by the end of January it can get to $3, $4, $5, that will trigger buying in the United States. Once it gets to $5, $6, there will be buying in the United States. So I really think it's going to be exciting in January and in February next year. But unfortunately, and I apologize for it, this has been a big faceplant. And I did not call this correctly. The good side is we've built a position. We're knowledgeable on the story, so we're not going to panic out. Although the volume is now 175,000, and some of you might be saying, I'm sick of it. I think it's going to be a mistake, but I've already made the mistake of being optimistic about what was going to happen to the stock price over the last month. So I certainly can't hold a mistake against others. Now, what's one other final thing, final wild card that could tip over this apple cart to the upside? What could make things accelerate to the upside? Other news announcements, the pipeline, corporate presentations that actually give a runway of revenues. All right, that's the state of it. I want to make one final point that'll take a couple of minutes, and then I'll go to your questions. But Railtown right now is priced, or just a minute ago, it was priced at a value of $48,889,000 as a market cap. Let's see where Finger is right now. I want to use Finger as a comparison. Finger's market cap, I guess, is 82 million, although it's down today. All right, we can use that. It's down a little bit at 136. So 82 million divided by revenue of 33 million. Or 35 million maybe. That's what Finger's done for the last 3 years. That's 2.3. So Finger. And let me just look at Soundhound again. Nightmare. Soundhound. Down 85 cents. Market cap 4.38 billion. So that's if we're talking this coming year's revenue estimate by memory of about 160 million. Let's call it 175 million to get a lower number. 4380 divided by, I'll use 175. That gives a more conservative number. That's 20, it's a 25 multiple. And then that research report, Capital Research, used a 12x. Of 27's numbers. All right, 12x. And should I put, I'll just do 50x to concede that multiples are as high as 100, 150, and 200x. So I just want to take the market cap and tell you what the market is currently predicting, because the market knows everything, and the stock price is telling you something. So let's see what the market is predicting for revenues next year for Railtown. Using I didn't leave myself much room. I'm almost done. I didn't leave much room. That's what's hard. All right. What the market is telling you in all of its wisdom, and it's telling you something, because, you know, we hear you on manipulation. We hear you that the buyers are absent, but the market really tells you what the stock is worth. Well, Finger currently gets a 2 multiple on its annual revenues. This research here said 12x on 27 annual revenues. SoundHound currently is getting 25x on its estimated annual revenues next year, and there's 50x, just to use that number. Because that's a lot of the marketplace has valued companies like, for example, LangChain at 89x. So the current market cap of Railtown is $49 million. Using the Finger Motion value, that's predicting 24 million in revenue next year at the Finger Motion multiple. At the capital research multiple of 12x, it's predicting that Railtown will do 4 million in revenue next year. At the SoundHound multiple, it's predicting that Railtown will do 2 million in revenue next year. And if you use 50x, the market is predicting that Railtown will do $1 million in revenue next year. Is the market correct? Don't know. We'll find out. I just thought of something else I should have brought up. the market might be pricing that the AIP deal is not, that somebody else came in and bought AIP out from under Railtown. Maybe Sequoia just came and bought AIP. So can Railtown survive that? I don't think that's what happened. But could Railtown still be worth? Because remember that research report from a year and a half ago didn't include AIP. Anyway, I forgot to mention that that might be, you might interpret that that's what the market's telling you. I don't think it's the case. I think the AIP deal is done and dusted. It's just paperwork. It's just a process. It's just bureaucracy. It's just getting it across various desks as a priority. Everybody except I can think the people at Railtown, but everybody else, they're not motivated by what's going on in the market or is this going to hurt shareholders or anything like that. So anyway, I'll go to your questions now. Just to summarize my view, I think I've been completely wrong in timing, in price targets, in information flow. I've called this stock miserably. But I don't think it changes the fundamental story. I just think it shifts outward the same expectations that I had. But that adds risk. That adds the overall market risk. It adds the risk of the capital markets closing, of technology racing ahead, or just the story. Like Sequoia is out there saying that LangChain is the bee's knees. Well, these are the risks when you hire cut rate attorneys or you try to do the legal work yourself, or it's not it's none of that. Maybe it's just that you bit off more than you could chew by trying to acquire AIP, and instead of getting an easy transaction, it was a bit of a hornet's nest in terms of we don't know. But whatever, there is a price to pay in the real world. There's a cause and effect, and it took a long time. But I think the stock market is going to be strong into the first quarter. I think and second quarter. I think the AI scenario, at least in the space where Railtown is going to continue apace. And I surely hope that they get revenues out there via research or directly to institutions. But my hope is that the company is bought out by next summer or sooner, because I would feel a great deal of confidence going into a market crash if our stock that we had was Microsoft or NVIDIA, or something like that, because then we could take protective steps like buying puts against our position and selling calls. Anyway, we'll get there. So that's my opening hour. No, it's my opening 2.5 hours. Let me get to your questions. Lordy, I went on for a long time. Putin says that the Trump peace plan could form the basis of a final peace settlement. But Zelensky doesn't like it. It's time to tell Zelensky, take a long walk off a short pier. Goldman is seeing capitulation, which is good. It's a bull market, and the primary uptrend remains intact. But they're lowering expectations for December. And we got to face that. What's QSR? Swalwell is going to run for governor of California. You know, the guy that used to date Fing Fing. All right, I'm getting there. I just want to see if we're at war. There's a factory fire at Ford. There's so many of these. You'd think if we were at war, you would think these things are sabotage. Trump's blockbuster Ukraine deal stuns Europe. Unprecedented pledge forces impossible choice. Obama is trying to retake the White House. All right. One more price check and I'll go to your questions. Railtown, 3361, 3355 by 34.99, 190,000 shares. 9,000 shares just had to sell at the bid. So there could be real selling there. There could be. Hey T, Alex, you are number one. Hey T, Alex, hello. Jeff Grimm, hello. Thank God it's Friday. Yeah, we got to get through it. Here's the guy coming on here to brag to you. Barely social. Good day, William. It's now down to 32, but I'm still holding out for 24. Well, anytime, any price in a stock, you know, it can go down 25%, it can go down 50% in a sell-off. Anything can happen. My view is the stock price doesn't really tell you anything about the fundamentals. If you establish what you think the value is, for example, let me just pick one. Let's say that the company is going to be estimating 50 million in revenue next year, or the analysts. And let's use 12.5x, not 25, not 50, not 100, not 75, not 200. We'll just use 12.5x is the multiple. It's only 625 million in market cap. And if we assume with that level that they don't issue a lot of stock in roll-ups yet, so I'll divide it by 250 million shares. That gives you a target of $2.50 using 12.5x. Obviously, if you use 25x, that's $5 a share. If you use 50x, you see where I'm going. It's $10 a share. If you use 100x, it's $20 a share. I don't know, somewhat. It's higher than here. So you're all about the day trading, the sentiment, the emotions on the day, the counting the stock, the Elliott wave, all that crap. Fine. Thank you for bragging, but that's not. I see this stock being worth today $5 a share. Well, the price isn't telling you. It's just down, 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 down. Yeah. Yeah. You've been wrong. Yep, I have been. But I still think the fundamental value is 10 to 20x from here. And so I congratulate you both on being barely social, and on day trading. I got 34.22. For some reason, this is showing your handles. No cash to add more. Darn, I know, that's same with me. But that's been my case for most of the year. Hey, Fast Eddie, good morning. Hothead, I don't know who Hothead. Oh, hope all is good. Silver Skyrocket, I like some of these names. Hello. Donna, good morning. How are you? Giuseppe. Good morning, William. Some people in this community call you a machine. They may be right. I wanted to just not do any more of this after Tuesday. I just didn't want to do anymore. And I wasn't, but then the stock was under pressure. And so today I was thinking I'd go for a long walk and maybe try to, I don't know, get it all off my mind. But then I wake up and the stock is down. So I couldn't do that. I'm thinking of taking next week off for Thanksgiving. I don't have any plans, but I just need a break. But if the stock's under pressure, I feel like I have to stand in there. And I know it's my thoughts which have been wrong. Well, in fairness, we're right about the same price as June when I first came out. In fact, some of it was lower. But I'm wrong from December. I don't know if it was November, but I'm wrong from December of last year. I think it was 38 cents back then. And this has been a bad call of mine for a year. Now, I don't think the story's over, and I think there's an explanation, which I'm not going to repeat. And I also think, I still firmly believe that Railtown is undervalued and is going to give all of us a way to build our accounts to something significant. But it's been a year since I first mentioned this stock, and it's a bad call so far. By an annual measurement, it's mediocre to bad, and I'm sorry about that. I didn't recommend trading it, and I can look back and see maybe, but I still wouldn't have. I still wouldn't recommend trading it. But I don't think that the underperformance is going to continue. It'll be 2 or 3 more weeks of ho hum. But I think the momentum's going to build, and I think, was it Justin that said it, or Brandon Neely maybe? It may be January, February before you get to see the strength that I've been expecting. But it's been a really dead money to losing money call for a year, and I've been wrong. Giuseppe was able to achieve my goal with this dip. Catch up later. Have a great week. Awesome. T. Alex, we're going to have to wait for earnings. Yep. And the annual report. I think we could get something on that next week, but certainly by the end of the month. That could be another source of good information. It also, the annual report could explain that their team is taxed, their accountants, auditors, lawyers, internal people are all taxed to get that information out. That could be. Fortune Cookie says, he who sells will miss great blessing. You didn't read your fortune cookie. Huh? It says you're shit out of luck. Jack Hamilton, good morning, William Donna. Hoping everyone is well. Yeah, I hope everyone is well. Cognibot, I haven't tuned in a while. I like this topic. The Hopi prophecy is happening now. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't mean to get off into cuckoo land, but something happened to the planet before the flood, and I think it's insane, our obsession with nuclear power. I think it's insane, and nuclear war. It's absolutely insanity. but that's where we are. Krypton, I was born and grew up in Maine. That's pretty much a true statement. I'll say frugal. May pound foolish pennywise. Yeah, frugal is a better word. It's a more polite word. More polite word. But a lot of people are pretty well off up there. Krypton, I did that with my taxes with one of my businesses, and that was a life lesson learned. Don't. I'll get the rest of it. Steve, another 2,000. All right. All right. That's great, Steve. Awesome. Dan says, hi, Jack. Hi, Jack. Hey, Jack. Justin says, possible they get up to 10 business days, which would be 2 for, yeah, it could be. I think you're going to find out that the AIP, there's enough pressure here. And by the way, I don't think anybody at the company isn't working hard. I don't think anyone's being sloppy. And I bet they wish they had hired maybe they should have hired in-house counsel. I have no idea. Look, in fairness to Railtown and Corey and Marwan and all of the team, there's a guy on all the filings, a guy named Paul. A year and a half ago, when that research report came out, the multiples were 12x. Now the multiples are 200x. So the market has just blown up. And I bet that is reflected not only in the area where Railtown is, but perhaps the attorneys and the regulators are just flooded with work from all manner of AI companies and finance companies. I mean, we're not the only duck on the pond. Ward Richardson. Good afternoon, William. Well, it's been 14 days now since the letter of intent for the merger. It's very clear that they are stalling, and probably for a good reason. A different perspective. They're stalling in a good way, Yeah, you're right. Maybe from the regulators or from the attorneys or in-house, they have something else going on, or maybe tell us. So maybe it's coordinating it to make sure that information flow comes through productively. That's a good point. 14 days. They're probably taking this time for good reason. And then Ward Richardson says, I say the bidding war has begun behind the scenes with Railtown. Wow. I didn't think of that. Well, let's put that feather in our cap. And QSR, quick service restaurant. Okay, it just said that Wendy's is losing Wendy's used to be a pretty good place. I don't travel much anymore, so That's usually the only time I run into fast food. Wendy's losing the QSR war, yeah. All right, so that wasn't a lot of questions. So it's 1:30. Railtown is 34.33 last trade. The bid is 33.51 by 34.9, 190,000 shares, so it really hasn't changed much. Let me try to go through some of what I prepared the other day. I think it'll be quick, but it might just help show some of the things that I'm saying are not all I gotta find it though, that's the problem. Is it there? Yeah, I guess I did it the other day, so I don't remember exactly what let's just see. I think it's some of the financials and things they reported, but I'm not positive right now. Okay. Let's just see what, okay, Railtown. This is for the months ended June. They're losing money at June. They had financing, but there's cash, 800,000. So you can find these numbers yourself, but yeah, they might have spent some of this cash, obviously, by now. But this buttresses my point that they don't need to go desperately to raise money. I don't see any entry here for legal. Yeah, I don't see that. So let's keep going. All right, I guess this is the next one. Assets, cash, some receivables. So, of course, this is a little old now, but they have some capital. Let's see, trade payables, lease liability, derivative liability is their warrants and options. Expenses, okay, consulting fees, 300,000 for 3 months. By the way, I'm not receiving anything. Filing fees, investor relations, 44,000 for 3 months. Professional fees, $39,000 for 3 months. Salaries seem to include more than just the cash. But anyway, right here, professional fees, $39,000. I guess that's where the legal fees are. And if you go over for the 9 months, 91,000. It doesn't seem like a lot spent on attorneys, which might be smart. I think it's self-evidently a mistake. Here's their private placements in 23. But what I'm trying to show you is their warrants and the prices, the number of shares, equity portion, convertible. This doesn't help show anything. So I'm going to take it down. At least it doesn't help me show you anything. Prepaid expenses, professional, that's where the 13,000 came in my head. Professional fees. Ending June, professional fees, 13,800. If that includes lawyers, which I might be looking at the wrong place. It's not a big spend. I could be wrong. All right, here's the shares issued. I don't want to bore you with all that. Let's just go to the warrant listing. Here's the number, there. We can skip the rest. This is what I wanted to show you. There's, some warrants, but here's all the expiry dates. And the main thing I want to show you in all these prices, here and here, look at these offerings. And here, well, that doesn't help. This offering, 30 cents per share. Now that's Canadian, 30 cents per share. And there's 15 cents issued last year. My point here is to try to show you that by paying, of course that's Canadian, so, but my point is to try to show you that we aren't paying much more than that. And that's to try to back up my statement that we're paying a seed value instead of pre-seed. The stock is 33.64 to 34.99, 33.50. I could be wrong. It just showed 35 cents on the ask. Oh, that's not what I want to talk about. 410, 412. So I went back, as I've done before, but I went back to 21 to try to go through some of the news, particularly to show you they have not done a toxic financing. December 29th, 2021, Railtown is, and this also shows you that they started before Langchain. Railtown is pleased to announce that it is accepted into the Microsoft Partner Network and the Microsoft for Startups program. This is December 29th, 2021. The Microsoft Partner Network will expose Railtown's application to over 90,000 Microsoft partners in the network. And Corey said, we've built Railtown's application with .NET developers in mind as first customers. Attaining Microsoft's partner status will assist us greatly in getting in front of those customers. Additionally, the Microsoft for Startups program, startups, will further assist in customer acquisition as we move forward through our early commercialization phase. This is back in December of 2021. I know the negatives about Microsoft. And then down here, Rebecca is the investor contact. And then June 29, 22, Railtown announces greater than 250% user growth over the last 2 quarters. Now, it obviously doesn't translate into gigantic revenues back then. But since December 2021, this is announced June 29, 2022. Since December 2021, the company has seen significant organic growth in user signups with 30 new companies using our technology. 30 new companies. And of course, I don't know what to say. We can be negative, yes, so what? The stock is still down. I know. But it does show that they have a product that was gaining customers well before, I think, well before Langchain. Anyway, software engineers are very particular about the tools and services they use in everyday lives to build applications, and we are excited to see the uptake of our technology throughout the engineering community. And then they released these different things, which you can see if you care. I'm not going to read it. Railtown is pleased to announce that our engine is performing as anticipated and is catching 100% of all errors created in any application across all environments. And then they're attending conferences. So when he says battle tested, and he says beta groups, and he says best in class, I guess 100% might back up that statement. July 18 of 22, Railtown launches root cause discovery for Node.js. I have no idea the significance, but it's early. That's all I'm saying. Node.js is one of the most popular programming languages among developers, having hit over 1 billion downloads, and it powers 30 million websites. And there's more about it there. Adding Node.js solution to our expanding lineup that includes .NET and JavaScript solutions exposes Railtown's machine learning services to an even bigger and broader marketplace of developers, applications, and customers, and it uniquely positions Railtown to be the single source of truth for root cause discovery for both the back end and front end of any application. Our latest feature rollout for Railtown on Node.js is part of our continued strategy of applying our machine learning engine to all applications built in any programming language. This was July of 22. We are also pleased to announce that we have now fully integrated Railtown's application with software development platforms, GitHub. Microsoft-owned GitHub has over 83 million developers and over 200 million software code repositories. I mean, this is a great announcement. It's 3 years ago. But of course, the question is, well, that hasn't translated into the stock price yet. Oh, maybe it will. Quote, millions of developers and companies build, ship, and maintain their software on GitHub. GitHub Actions enables automation of software workflows with world-class something or other. Developers can build, test, and deploy code right from GitHub. Now, Railtown AI easily integrates with GitHub Actions to provide a seamless service integrated in the CI/CD pipeline, allowing software teams to monitor applications, perform root cause analysis, and improve velocity from developer environments to all the CI/CD environments the team is using. So this, to me, amateur that I am, says that Railtown isn't competing with GitHub. It's adding a layer that helps developers use GitHub. So it's universal, I guess. Railtown partners with Quisitive Technology Solutions. I don't want to read this whole thing, but I just want to point out that Railtown is able to white label its service to companies like Quisitive. So Quisitive sells Railtown, and I'm sure Quisitive is not going to be the only company under the Microsoft sales system to do this. But here's a company that uses Railtown's technologies as if it's Quisitive's own, whether that's part of their bundle or not, I don't understand. I'm not going to read more of it because it's boring. So this is November of 22. Railtown is pleased to announce this same Quisitive thing has begun marketing Velocity Insights, which is a Railtown AI technology on Microsoft's Azure marketplace. This was in November of 22. I get it. Okay, if it's so great, why isn't it in the stock price? I get it. But I also point out that they've been working with Microsoft a long time. Their product is out there. It does seem to be first mover. It does seem perhaps to be first in class, or only, might be better said, only in class. Railtown is pleased to announce that since the beginning of August 22, the company has seen a significant increase in customer signups. This is 3 years ago, with over 200 new SMBs using Railtown's technology. This is before AIP. And I get it. Why doesn't it show up in the stock price? I get it. But this is, maybe they were just beta testing. I don't know. Railtown CTO Marwan Haddad commented, software engineers are very particular about the tools and services they use in their everyday lives to build applications. And we are excited to see the continued and growing uptake of our technology throughout the engineering community. We are very pleased with the recent commercial launch of Velocity Insights and our continued organic user growth, noted Corey Brandolini. And then they announced these proceeds here. And it is convertible at $1,000.15, but it expires, right? So, and it's not a big financing. It's non-brokered, so it's not toxic. In my reading, they paid out some finder's warrants and a fee. Look, I'm not getting anything like that. I'm getting zero, zip, nada. But it's by way of showing, and you can go look in the news stories yourself. They didn't do a toxic financing with like a Lynn Partners or, Yorkville Advisors. They didn't do one. They just did plain vanilla, find a guy or somebody introduces. It's all fairly typical stuff, but it's very plain vanilla. To my eyes. On February 8th, 2023, the company is pleased to launch Rail Notes for release notes. Again, this is 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago. I don't know. A first of its kind application using Railtown's own proprietary AI engine along with generative AI through OpenAI's API to automatically create release notes. Again, it is first, and it may be the only one in the class, but it seems to be best in class. And I think it's way ahead of LangChain. It might even be a different field than LangChain. Release notes are an essential and important part of releasing software and updates that are communicated to engineering teams, to parties outside of engineering, and to the end users of the software. Release notes require a great deal of effort from a project lead and or a project prime minister by first reviewing the tickets of completed software builds and then compiling and summarizing all the important data points to create a release note. This process has become even more time consuming as new software development methodologies like continuous integration, I guess that's CI, and continuous deployment, I guess that's CD, are becoming the standard process in building and releasing software. At Railtown AI, we have modernized and created a new and much more efficient way to generate a release note by using the Railtown AI's engine, advanced AI, to analyze completed tickets and create an executive summary and a clear multi-language business description. This will give everyone a clear understanding and meaning behind every new software release, new fix, or new update. Railtown CTO Marwan Haddad states, quote, artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the software industry, offering new and innovative ways to automate various tasks and processes. One such application of AI is the generation of release notes for software products. Release notes are critical for software companies as they provide a record of updates and enhancements to a product. The process of writing release notes can be time-consuming and error-prone, especially for teams that manage multiple tasks or products. This is where Railtown's AI-powered release note generator comes into play. Railtown AI uses natural language processing and machine learning algorithms to analyze changes made to the application and to generate comprehensive and accurate release notes automatically. By automating the process, these tools can save software teams significant time and effort and money. The key benefits using Railtown's AI-powered release note generator include improved accuracy, time saving, can save software teams significant time, therefore money, consistency, and they're customizable. Railtown is 3433, 3365 to 3529, 190,000 shares traded, and last trade is 3433, which was 150 shares. Railtown, ouch. Railtown AI's powered release note generator offers software teams a convenient and efficient way to manage the process of generating release notes. By automating the process, these tools can save time, improve accuracy, and provide a consistent and comprehensive record of changes to any software product. Quote, we are very excited about the release of this new and first of its kind application as it furthers our goal of providing companies and developers with best in class AI tools to help them become more efficient and to continually drive their velocity. Who wouldn't want their velocity driven? We also believe that Rail notes for release notes will provide a much better connection between software developers and their customers, as their customers will now have a much better understanding behind every new release or update to the application, video game, or software that they are using, said Corey Brandolini. February 9th, 2023, Railtown announced that it put some employee incentives out there. These are for the employees. Look at the exercise, 25 cents. That's Canada, of course. But you're buying the stock not much higher. So when I say you're buying at a seed valuation, maybe even a pre-seed, I mean, they got that 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I don't know. My argument may fall on deaf ears because, no, that's the same one. That's the same one. Then on February 14th, 2023, Railtown is pleased to announce Professor Eldad Haber will be joining the company's board of advisors. 20 years, written software packages. He's a SIAM fellow and overall good fellow. But what I'm trying to show you through the news, that's my original goal. They have not done a toxic financing. March 20, 2023, Railtown is pleased to announce that the first of its AI-powered co-pilot solutions, this is March of 23, is now available for purchase in Microsoft's Azure Marketplace. Railtown's AI-powered Release Notes Copilot is now available by paid subscription to the more than 400,000 Microsoft partners worldwide. Yeah, but why isn't it in the stock price if it's so good? I don't have a good answer for that, but this seems pretty powerful to me. It's also 2.5 years old. He said it again. Marwan said it again. Artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the software industry. So let's just say you want a revolution. And he said the exact same thing again. This describes the Azure Marketplace under Microsoft. It's an online store, offers applications and services either built on or designed to integrate with Microsoft's public cloud. The products and services sold through Microsoft Azure come from either Microsoft directly or its technology partners. Certified. And then the Microsoft Partner Network. The Partner Network is comprised of more than 400,000 global organizations. These partners are essential to how Microsoft delivers innovative products and services to customers around the world. This deep relationship between Microsoft and their partners spans 30 years. Let me just ask you to think about something. There's 400 customers there. What if Microsoft bought Railtown, and those are corporate? I don't know. What if they charge $10,000 a year on 400,000? That's too much. 1,000 a year. Let's see what 1,000 a year is. 400,000 are subscribed, and they charge 1,000 a year. That's 400 million in revenue from that. Yeah, it's less than $100 a month. If Microsoft were to buy Railtown, I'm not going to come up. You can do it yourself. But if Microsoft were to buy Railtown on some presumed analyzed number, like 100 million in revenue a year, and they were willing to pay 50x, $5 billion, based on the 100 million. As soon as they bought Railtown, they could put Railtown inside of their system. And two things. They could increase their revenue, and automatically, I'm not an accountant, but they could show to their investors, I don't know how accountants do, I don't know the right word, capitalize it. They could show that now they're doing 400 million in revenue. So it's almost a free good to pay that 5 billion. But the 400 million might go up. Maybe they, instead of charging 1,000 to each of these customers a year, they bump it up to 1,500. And maybe it brings in more customers. My point is, Microsoft can pay a multiple of Railtown's early revenue, absorb it into its own program where they already are earning revenue, but they can reprice it or drop somebody else out. And then internally with their auditing, they can assign a multiple to those products. Just in this example, that's 4 times what they paid. It's silly to do examples because you can do them all over the board, but do you see what I'm saying? Microsoft can, just for issuing stock, can improve its own annual fees and take Railtown's annual fees from whatever Railtown's able to do into this gigantic network and assign to their Railtown purchase this huge amount of fees, whether or not the Railtown product actually created it, just by bundling Railtown into this huge network of fees. And all of a sudden on their books, they can say, we made this acquisition for $5 or $10 billion, but now based on its revenue projected over the next 10 years at such and such rate, we now value it at $100 billion. My example is preposterous because I don't know the numbers, but simply by acquiring Railtown with Microsoft stock, Microsoft can increase its internal valuation, both maybe of its whole network, but also of its purchase of Railtown, maybe by many, many multiples. It's exciting. And Microsoft is not going to be susceptible to what the shorts do, or the shills do, or the algorithmic computers are doing. They'll just buy it. All right, June 7th, 2023, another non-brokered private placement, and it's 15 cents. So, and I don't know what that life exemption means up in Canada. But it's just trying to show you two things. One, that the financings they've done are, particularly when we look back, you're not paying that much more to financings that were done 2 and 3 and 4 years ago. So when I tell you I think you're getting in at a pre-seed or a seed valuation, that's a lot of the reason why. The other thing is, what I'm showing you, they did not do a toxic financing out there. We do not face the threat of market cap annihilation by the lying, smiling employees of the over-the-counter markets and their true paymasters, the hedge funds and the banks. Of course, that's my opinion. I hope I'm not overlapping here. I told you once before, when I came to your door, no reply. No reply. All right, June 19th, 2023, Railtown increased this offering, but it's still non-brokered. It's not toxic. You can go look them up. I just don't want to bore you with reading it out. A bunch of boring stuff. You can look it up at Setter here. I'm just trying to back up my statement that they haven't done any toxic financing. In my opinion, 15 cents. And then this warrant is 25 cents. You're paying, well, I don't know if this is Canada or United States. It doesn't say quickly. But here we're paying, if this is US money, we're paying just 10 cents more. And this is back 2 years ago. Two and a quarter. We're getting a good price. And they can call these securities, so part of the securities. All right, this is 48. I got to go here first. Then on July 5th, Railtown is pleased to announce it has achieved global go-to-market co-selling status with Microsoft Corp, accelerating the adoption of the company's AI-powered Copilot products for software developers. 4 months after the commercial launch of Railtown's AI proprietary AI products, the launch, proprietary, March 2023. I think LangChain was still in its diapers. Microsoft has determined Railtown AI's products are qualified to be sold independently or alongside Microsoft's flagship software engineering services, Azure Cloud, Azure Azure DevOps, GitHub Copilot, and Application Insights. This milestone signifies that Railtown AI has met Microsoft's criteria for co-selling, fostering collaboration and visibility within the Microsoft ecosystem. This status enables Railtown AI to drive deeper collaboration and go-to-market momentum of the company. With Microsoft's 7,000 account executives, these are salespeople. Do you see again why I think Microsoft could buy this? Once it's in-house, you've got 7,000 salespeople trying to make a commission to sell it. So when it comes to co-selling, there are 3 channels: direct customer, 4 million monthly active users 2 years ago, and Azure Marketplace is more than 140 countries. Partner to partner, jointly sell through Microsoft's powerful partner ecosystem. Seller engaged. Microsoft sellers facilitate engagements between partners and customers. Railtown's achievement of Microsoft co-sell ready status brings a host of advantages. Empowering the company to showcase its products and services directly to customers and gain visibility among sellers through the commercial marketplace. Furthermore, the company can capitalize on the esteemed Microsoft brand and its global presence to foster customer trust and reinforce relationships with partners and clients. The strategic milestone will extend Railtown AI's market reach, providing access to Microsoft's extensive customer base and facilitating collaborative selling. Moreover, it opens doors to valuable resources, support, and exposure, nurturing businesses' growth opportunities. Overall, attaining Microsoft co-sell ready status bolsters the company's credibility, amplifies market prospects, and positions Railtown for potential success within the Microsoft ecosystem. Corey, the man Brandolini, states, quote, reaching co-sell status with Microsoft exposes the company's AI solutions to Microsoft's vast sales network at no cost to the company. We made the strategic decision early on to build our AI technology on top of Microsoft's Azure cloud and to fully integrate with all of Microsoft's flagship services like Azure DevOps and GitHub. Do you think Microsoft would buy the blokes? Anyway, you can look it up if you want to read any more of that bother. Railtown AI Technology on September 20th, 2023 launches knowledge-based AI assistant and files I don't care about the patent. The AI assistant is a knowledge-based tool. Right here. The AI assistant is a knowledge-based targeted language model tool. I think this makes Railtown better and different than LangChain. Targeted language, not large language model. The AI assistant is a knowledge-based targeted language model, chat copilot. AI assistant TLMs are built from the data and logic of software applications that are connected to the Railtown platform. The AI assistant has the ability to provide developers with accurate and reason-based answers to any questions that they may have about their application and the team working on it. The AI assistant is trained on a comprehensive data set related to the software application, enabling it to quickly search through and retrieve relevant information. Railtown's machine learning technology understands the developer's questions and will provide accurate knowledge-based answers in real time. This is better. It's got to get out there. The AI assistant can provide information related to a wide range of topics, including but not limited to builds and deployments, code snippets, errors, bug fixes, performance issues, better than Viagra, engineering blockers, velocity, productivity, and much more. Developers can ask their assistant specific questions or describe the problem they are facing, and the assistant will respond in humanistic terms, such as, how did that make you feel? Are you okay? Aw, honey. The assistant will respond in humanistic terms with relevant and actionable information to help solve the problem. The AI assistant also learns from the feedback. It's a learning process, and it's been out there. Learns from the feedback it receives from the developers, and it continuously improves its ability to provide accurate answers. Railtown will be releasing the AI assistant to a select group. Can you hear beta test? Beta test. They're going to be ready for their alpha test soon. Beta test, a select group of our customers in Q1 of 23, followed by a global release in Q2. They are, in fact, first movers. They are, in fact, best in class, maybe the only in class. And then they're going to do marketing and awareness. This was September of 23, a full year before they met AI partnerships. So you could ask, you'd be right to asking, if this is such a big deal, why isn't the stock price up? And I'd have to say to you, I don't know. I don't know. But this has all happened since they bought their stock. We're buying in at essentially, in the long run, a very equivalent price. And this is already accomplished. Quote, after multiple years of training and testing our machine, we are excited to launch the AI assistant to our customer base. Our entire team at Railtown uses the AI assistant except in our legal department, and it has become a valuable and an irreplaceable tool in the daily engineering process. The AI assistant provides benefits across an entire organization as a valuable tool for every stakeholder in our company, from software developers to team leads to scrum masters to project managers, marketing teams, and C-level management. It does not help attorneys in their oblong thinking process. We were unable to design an AI self-learning tool which could think like an attorney. He didn't say that. We expect the launch of AI Assistant to positively impact our customer conversion metrics, said Corey the Man Brandolini. We are anticipating an exciting year of growth, and you could ask, you may well ask, what happened? But it may be happening in the background. We are anticipating an exciting year of growth at Railtown as our AI technologies are hitting and exceeding all targets. And as such, we will be investing heavily in awareness, marketing, and customer acquisition over the next year, said Corey, the main man, Brandolini. We, however, have decided to cut back on our investment in our legal team. We do not anticipate any problems by doing so. I made that up. He didn't say that. He did not say that. I made it up. All right, Railtown is 3409, 3351 to 35, 30,000 by 22.5, 191,000 shares. It almost looks like the other day where someone got blown out of stock. Almost looks like that. Okay, December 6th, 2023, Railtown is pleased to confirm the company's internally built machine learning engine has achieved the distinctive milestone of application general intelligence, which represents holistic understanding of the specific software applications connected to Railtown AI platform. Is that first mover? Is that best in class? Is it the only kid staying after class? Is it running before Lang Chain even crawled? I don't know. This level of total understanding, they've got that going for them. Railtown has that going for them. When they finally are bought out, they will achieve total consciousness. This level of total understanding enables Railtown's platform to help clients be more productive and profitable by providing timely, mission-critical insights and automating the performance of repetitive tasks. Application General Intelligence also provides the foundation for future functionality that will enable third-party users to customize the Railtown platform by prompting it to create new features and software solutions without the need for writing or understanding the underlying code. Quote, there's a lot of buzz about if and when a computer system could rival or exceed an attorney's ability to perform any task. Now, it doesn't say that. There's a lot of buzz about if and when a computer system could rival or exceed our ability to perform any intellectual task. That leaves out attorneys. Said Railtown CTO Marwan Haddad, quote, that's called artificial general intelligence. In the meantime, our team has realized a fundamentally higher level of functionality than anything we've accomplished to date, which we call application general intelligence, trademark. To make this possible, we systemically trained our AI engine to understand subcomponents of individual applications from tickets, builds, deployments, and logs. We have not made much progress with attorneys because they cannot absorb information from multiple sources. They cannot absorb evidence unless it's been approved by a court. They cannot process new thoughts, humor, or any speed that our program would provide makes them uncomfortable. So we've been unsuccessful in the marketplace of law firms. It doesn't say that. This opens up a whole new level of functionality that we can bring to software developers and teams that practice agile project management, like our law firm. December 6th. I already read that to you. I read that to you, or it's repetitive. This is a game changer in terms of accessibility. Even if the user doesn't know how to code, this is opening it up for our team and our clients to create advanced and customized software functionalities. If you add that to our continued strategy of applying our machine learning engine to all applications built in the most popular programming languages, our full integration into the leading software development platforms, GitHub, Microsoft Azure DevOps, Jira, Atlassian, Trello, Asana, and our global co-selling status on Microsoft Azure Partner Network, we're positioned to penetrate every corner of the global software development market. That's huge. It's $300 billion a year as we continue to ramp up our marketing and awareness efforts. I get it. Why hasn't it translated? I don't have an answer. I've tried to give my answers. Why it hasn't translated. Okay, December 7th. Railtown is pleased to announce during the fourth quarter of 23, the company successfully evolved from a pure AI research and development, that's R&D company, engineering company, to also, they didn't stop R&D, but they're also are a vendor following the full commercial release of the company's cloud-based application general intelligence trademarked platform. This is in December of 23. Rail, first mover, Rail is now providing and selling its AI services and solutions for software developers and teams that practice agile project management. Separately, the company is also well on its way to achieving system and organization controls compliance, which is often a requirement of large companies when selecting cloud-based services to ensure the safety and the confidentiality of their data. Upon achieving SOC compliance, Railtown will appear on the list of SOC compliance vendors considered by leading companies and will also qualify to start on significant projects where? In the pipeline. What stalled that all? The acquisition of AIP. Did these projects disappear? I doubt it, but we'll find out. Quote, an integral part of Railtown's transition to becoming a provider and seller of AI service solutions was the strategic expansion of our sales and marketing team, said Railtown CEO Corey Brandolini. We not only added seasoned tech marketing and tech demand gen specialists, but also started investing in multiple acquisition marketing campaigns in August of 2023. Our newly added sales and marketing specialists performed sophisticated ongoing A and B testing to inform how we should fine-tune the campaigns for better performance. Over time, we continued to significantly increase our user sign-up conversion rate. Railtown's growth in sign-ups month over month has now reached 178%. This is 2 years ago. Do you think it stopped? Do you think their growth stopped? It just halted? Or it's more that we just haven't been hearing about it? I don't know. We'll find out. We shall overcome someday. And this explains SOC compliance will enhance Railtown's reputation for being committed, or the need for it to be committed, to data security and privacy for our clients. Between that third-party standard, security status, and being automatically elevated to the upper tier of potential vendors, Railtown will find itself in an advantage market position, which will offset its disadvantage in its legal advisory position. Anyway, its products will be seen as more desirable. All right. On December 14th, 23, the company is pleased to announce it expanded its intellectual property portfolio with another patent. Yay, patents. Yay, patents. So important. And then it started trading on December 19th, 2023 on the U.S. over-the-counter market. They didn't do a toxic financing. Listing on the OTCQB is an important step for Railtown, providing the company with a much broader capital markets audience to tell our story, as well as greater retail and institutional investor exposure. Disaster City. NASDAQ is a disaster. The over-the-counter markets are a disaster. Stay away, stay away, stay away. I know they're excited. Luckily, they never did a deal. Luckily, they never deal. And then they engaged Bello Markets, Bello, that's Rebecca, for a year. And then they entered into some deal with I2I. Get it? I2I, get it? Get it? I2I, very clever. Then January 12th, 2024, they did some grants. And it was done at 25 cents, I assume Canadian. But again, you're buying it at 34 cents right now. It's a great price. The company's advanced much further. Yeah, but if all that good news is good, why isn't it in the stock price? I don't know. I gave a 2.5 hour discussion. I'm worn out. Yeah, I think it's going to catch up very quickly. A lot of that activity was back before the Wall Street mood turned hot on AI. And that was an advantage to us. I think it's an exciting opportunity. I'm not going to read anymore because I'm running out of energy. I haven't eaten, and I've got to go see if I can cobble together something to eat. Because it's 2:30. I may not make it to 4 o'clock. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, Donna. How did your soup turn out? Are there any leftovers? Ward Richardson, William, look at the windsurf deal. OpenAI and Google were in a bidding war for 3 months. Windsurf IPO'd on Friday morning, and Google bought out Windsurf in 72 hours. Yeah, exactly. It could happen. Here's I'm almost legend. I was almost persuaded. Forethought Friday, Sir William. In terms of the 10-day rule after the mention of intent, it seems they have 10 days to file and submit all of the documents for review to the CSE. So there could be a little more time involved. I guess it's just the nightmare we're in. It's the hole we're in. Per AI, I'm almost legend. Fast deals can be approved in 2 weeks. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Normal deals take 3 to 5 weeks. Complex deals like Railtown AIP with performance share structures can easily take 4 to 8 weeks. Oh, God. All I can say to that is we better hope that that approval process started in September or before. If you're right, I'm almost legend, you can give up on the end of the year. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure that they haven't already moved. They made an announcement on October 8th. They made a filing October 6th. They already had the votes from a percentage of shares, but I think they had to go out and get votes from a percentage of shareholders. So that was October. That was filed with regulators. I don't know if it was filed with the Canadian Stock Exchange. I assume it was. And then a month later, they filed in, and they put in the PR that they were going to close the deal on the 14th. So the question is, how long does it take to approve after that? I don't know. I hope I'm almost legend that the approval, the 4 to 8 weeks you're talking about, I'm hoping it already took place. But if your research is correct, we'll definitely, my whole timeline is set back again. But let's see what happens next week. I think what I just said to you is my opinion is by next Wednesday, it'll be filed. That's what I think is going to happen. If the deal had fallen through, Railtown would be, yes, exactly, which is, thank you for reminding me. I also found that when I researched back in February, which is why I kept having all this urgency, because if the deal had not met approval, it would have, that disapproval or that failure would have been announced. So you can assume it was still in process. That was part of my reason for a sense of urgency. But I see that you did not meet my urgency. Since no termination PR has been issued, the transaction is still alive and still moving through standard regulatory. I agree with that. That's very good. The question is, could it, and I think it could, be filed and approved by Wednesday? Justin, I'm 100% more on the Railtown train, but one of these days, T-low is going to hit a new low. Yeah, I like T-low. I want to take a trip down to Richmond and meet with the key founding investor. I'll try to follow up on T-low. It's a new low, a new high. But T-low hits a new high, doesn't rhyme. T-low might even get Euro approval before the FDA. Yeah, it could be. All right, I'll follow up on T-low. Donna says, good afternoon. I'm almost legend. Thanks for the info and the timeline. Yes, thank you very much. I'm almost legend. Donna says, Lord, the soup was good. My son came by this morning. There's not much left. I'm almost legend says, good afternoon, Donna. My pleasure. And somebody here is going to say something good or bad. Well, oh, Dos Equis, maybe. William, long time. Hope you're doing well. Have a great holiday, brother. What happened to the hamster? Is he now running the Secret Service? I don't know. I think he's working hard. And, I think he's actively engaged with several projects, including, some of the ones, Finger and I don't know. I heard some others, but at risk of misquoting it, I won't. Just check into him at Twitter, and he gives daily conference calls, and he'll keep you up to speed on the next opportunities. Railtown is down less than a penny at 34.08. Finger is down a penny at 137. Genius is actually up 7.5 cents at 60, almost 67 cents. Soundhound's made a little bit of a recovery. It's now down just 13 cents at 11.15. G-Bucks is 1080, and it's kind of where it is. Let's see what the market has done. Okay, so you remember this is expiration Friday, so the market opened way down, and now we're soaring. The Dow is up almost 700 points. NASDAQ is almost 350 points up, and the S&P is up 100 points. And so you're getting all that fear that was in the market, particularly in the AI space, is rapidly converting to confidence. NVIDIA is up a smacker, which is pretty good considering it was down to $173. It's now 182. So maybe we've seen the worst of this emotional disgust. Maybe. Trump talks tough. Trump's Ukraine deal stuns Europe as unprecedented NATO pledge forces Kiev into an impossible choice. It's impossible. To tell a baby not to cry is just impossible. Good Lord. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I don't see any, it's kind of other than a peace deal maybe in the Ukraine, there's not a lot of, exciting news. So that's the thing going into holiday season. All right, so it's 2:50. I think I'm going to quit because I've run out of things to say. Railtown is 33.51. The ask is 35. The volume is 191. I think that sell-off this morning that frankly was a little gut churning. And of course, it came down to test on this chart the 32.5 level. Of course it did. Anything to make this hurt, anything to make this more painful than it already has been. Of course it had to happen. That where that green line is, it had to come down there. Thank God it didn't come down to my red line. And the blue line was where I thought it was holding. These are fat finger lines, of course. But it looks like it's recovering here. Could it make another run down? Sure. It's anything's possible. But this seems like it's run out of steam. And what would be great, which almost makes me want to stay on, but I can't. I'm just out of energy and I need to eat something. I have to go try to find some food. I can't stay on for another hour. What would be great is if the stock were to go green today with some more volume, and it went green. That'd be a nice sign. But we'll see. All right, let's go back here. I'm almost legend. Okay, this is interesting. The 10-day filing started on November 6th. When they filed the intent to complete the amalgamation, not November 14th. So November 6th, Are you sure it's November 6th or was it October 6th? I think it was October 6th. The 10-day filing started on November 6th. Let me see what they said on November 6th. Oh, I see. Wrong symbol in Canada. Railtown in Canada is flat. It's amazing. It's only 45,000 shares. So you know everything going on in the over-counter market. Not everything, but a lot of it is just high frequency trading to make some dosh. Okay, so the CSE filings are November 6th. So that's what you're saying. That's the Form 9. All right. That's when, because you're talking about the CSE. So that is November 6th. That is November 6th. Okay. So November 6th, when they filed the intent to complete, the November 14th statement was to communicate their intended date to complete. Yeah. But that's not regulatory approval, right? It's not a filing requirement, just a public signal to shareholders and the market of when they hope the deal was closed. I actually think it probably was a requirement, not by the CSE, but maybe by the regulators, because they made a filing on October 6th about it, and a month had gone by. So it's possible they were fulfilling a best practices effort to comply with another regulatory branch. Often small cap companies set a target closing date that's slightly after the filing window ends because the exchange review might take a few days after filing. So that's actually encouraging on Almost Legend. If you go back to what you said up here, maybe it comes in that category of a fast deal because of that application they already made. I hope so. I'm pretty thoroughly worn out. I'd like to test my theory that once this is finished, and maybe there's one or two or three other things, but once material information has been disclosed, that we can start seeing buying come in, you know? Love to test that theory. Otherwise, I'm just completely wrong. All right, it's 257. It's 3351 by 35. Unless somebody has something else, I'm going to bid everyone adieu. Oh, here. So I'm Almost Legend says, so the necessary CSE filings should have been completed already. Yeah. No press release yet simply means the exchange exactly hasn't formally approved the merger or the company hasn't issued a deal closed announcement. I think that's a good analysis. You're becoming an expert. think that's a very thoroughly researched and accurately summarized conclusion. This is normal for small cap, micro cap deals. Filings are completed. SEC review takes time, and the public announcement often lags approval. But your point is the clock on the filing was the 6th. And then they put out a target date of the 14th, but that didn't change the filing. That's good news. It's excellent. It's very good news. Well, we'll see if it comes out by Wednesday, which is what I predict, that it'll be done and dusted by Wednesday. But it's going to be painful until then. It's going to be psychically draining until then. All right. I don't see war, so I think I can sign off. It's 3 o'clock. Sorry for the long day. Thank you for listening, for those who did. I hope that this thing can start, you can start seeing information and it starts to do things. You don't need all this input for me anymore. There's a lot of people following it. A lot of people deserve credit if it starts going up. I appreciate all of you tuning in. Unless something happens, I'm going to try to just not do anything this weekend. And I might just focus on myself Thanksgiving week. I don't know. I don't want to make a blanket statement, but I don't really have plans for Thanksgiving. But I've got to pay attention to doing other things. So we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be a quiet week next week. So maybe I'll limit my time next week. You guys can go about Thanksgiving. And we can see where it goes from there. So to everyone, happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for tuning in. It sounds like there might be peace in the Ukraine, which would be terrific. And, I wish you all well. Have a good weekend.